Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust. And my birth is from the house of death. Oh, ye true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the near to the house of rest, who parted the ship of wrath and sea onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is risen, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein toppled down hill on the firmament. I travel upon high. the sanctuary of truth. God sent it upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day. This iron heart realizes himself as better when he creates. I am eternal. Therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me. From thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power, darkness, luxury, holding, but whatever name reigns from thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. The charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. H vivo preopum, o procul este profani, Bahlasti, Peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the unity. O thou the ibis head, thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nose is the night sky blue. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange, as though it burned in a furnace. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force, whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see my own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. H vivo priocol procol est profani, Bahlasti, Peda. In the name of the mighty and the terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of Yasharan, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. Thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. Thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the bond of double power. Thee I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke, thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy ends as the night sky blue. Thee I invoke, thou whose skin is of flaming orange, as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the chariot of east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. Thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. Thee I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. Thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. Thee I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place, let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. Va priocul, o proculeste profani, Balascium vera. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place, let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. Val priocul, o proculeste profani, Balasti ompera. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Creeks and Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arching Club, the Ancient and Tennessee Rites of Luthery, the Rites of Luthery, the Rites of Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweden Boy of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Enoch, the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Masonry, the Knights of Mystics, the Rite of Masonry, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweden Warriors, the Knights of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of letters, if of less fame. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Herodon, the Order of the Holy primitive rite of masonry. The rite of the Gnostic Catholic Church. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost. The Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Temple Knights Templar. The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of the Knights of Malta. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The Hidden Church of the Holy Grail. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. The Holy Order of Rose Croix of Herodon. The Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Eden. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Solitude in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like the key inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Shall achieve His word. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I marked a hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the promise, to the promise, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object was sublime, I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. I trace the line, I pay my dues, I keep my face by the mirror's edge. I learn the taste of every pledge. And when the night comes down, I hear it in my bones. A careful kind of vow, a weight I want. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. I trace the line, I pay my dues. I keep my face by the mirror's edge. I learn the taste of every pledge. And when the night comes down, I hear it in my bones. Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny side, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am aware. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I under neon skies where the starlight comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained. do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill. Your will on its waves, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beating sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill. Your will on its way, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the wires, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is thick, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins. Strong rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my name. The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. And the sweetness It knows my name. No fire burn like passion wild, no losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone, rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting, body cries, its constant cling. But oh, to know, to truly see, unawaits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. The body cries, its constant cling. But oh, to know, to truly see the weight, it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey. reason, no hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily then, let the light begin. Among the broken, let us walk, let us heal, free from strife. No weight of woman's cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily then, let the light begin. Among the broken, free from greed, we'll plant seeds. Among the hungry, we'll meet their needs. Let us we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily then, let the light begin. Among the broken, we'll rise Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. The old time, the old time, the old time. I am awake, the serpent shakes. Eopan, Eopan, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a god can. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges, the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the do as thou wilt, as a God can. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. In fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spells, the sparks. Your arrows unslinging in the spring's tender dawn. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. Okay, I want to thank everybody for coming to the John Kitover Sunday Entertainment Show. We are about to read from the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. This is your Sunday Zen morning meditation. Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. Okay, everybody, this is the John Kitover Sunday Show. We also have another room open called Prove to Me God Does Not Exist show in Ask the Mystic House. It's a new fun house dedicated to defeating the atheists, these incredibly obnoxious trolls. We're going to obliterate them here on Clown House.
Jesse, welcome. You're our first guest on the Prove to Me God Does Not Exist show. Welcome.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Thanks for having me.
So do you think you can prove to me that God does not exist?
Oh, prove to you that God doesn't exist? No, see, I'm wholeheartedly know that God does exist. So I thought this was proof that God does exist.
This is prove to me God does not exist.
So are you guys three God believers?
No, the name of this show is called Prove to Me God Does Not Exist show in the Ask the Mystic House.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, guys. I can't do that because I do believe God does exist.
Well, can you prove to me that God exists?
Yes.
Well, but I'm sorry. That's not the topic of this room, though. The topic of this room is prove to me God does not exist.
Okay. Well, I apologize for wasting your time. I hope your show is edifying. And if you ever have a title that says Prove God Does, I'll be more than happy to join.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That was Jesse in the Prove to Me God Does Not Exist show. He couldn't do it. You know, this room is dedicated as a parody to what Steve Appel does in the Ask the Atheist House, or what's his face does in the Prove to Me God Exists show. And you know, I think it's the Gong Show. So people come up, they come down, they come on stage, and then they make their appeal, they present their evidence, they share their testimony, and then we give them the gong. It's called the Gong Show.
I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. Under neon skies where the starlight comes, shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is plain. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the sun, let the silence fill your will. On flight, is alive, is still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits close. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. while this body aches, a cage of stone, rest whisper soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting, body cries, its constant clinging. Lord, Lord, truly see, runaways, it sets us free. Pain looks close, the shadow friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant clinging. Lord, truly see, runaways, it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this end is fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey. Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. Sworn side, maddening cry. Open, be open, be open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. Be open, do as thou wilt. Does it God can? You be the eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges, the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. By the mystical union of fairy and fool, I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames of the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the springs tend to glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. Resistless, tumultuous time. The veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. A godhead can charm her, the throne could command. A manhood awakened, By the mystical union of fairy By the force of the fashion of love, I collide. Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. I survive. Through the mountain, volcanic collide. By the rage of rage, by the love, by the love, by the fire in the to the shore. The soul of the moon pulling tides and more. You swoon into me like a spell, like a door. To a night we can't quite restore. I rage, I rage, I roar, I pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that shadows dance, break the light, echoes hum, the stars ignite. I was yours, you were mine, a spell woven in the spine. So I tried, so I choke. Feels like it never moves. In a single thought, 10,000 years. I am right here. Emptiness here. Emptiness thirsts to live in the universe. Stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. Infinitely large, infinitely small. I reach to draw a line, and there's no line at all. Every time I name it, it slips right through my code. No distance now, more than now. Definitions vanish, I don't fall out. No edge, no start, just this open heart. In a single thought, 10,000 years. I am right here, emptiness here. Emptiness thirsts to live in the universe. Stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. A single thought, 1,000 lives, stretching wide, where time collides, emptiness whispers, a silent sound, no up, no down, no edges found. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny side, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken
Communist fucking Russian Jew convert to Islam. That's like a win.
Yeah, their names would be Benjamin, Hamidullah, and what else?
Benjamin Netanyahu. Ben Gabirullah.
David Husseini.
David Sharifi Husseini.
Daniel Yusufi.
Ribono Shalom, do you have 60 seconds for Torah? Tanya, Mishnah, Midrash, Talmud.
Talmud.
Tell me all about it. This is from my BB Blues Deluxe Fender, starting in C note. It's like eating a pussy out, really.
رافي اوبن يومك مشاهدينا الكرام سيداتي ساداتي انساتي عزيزاتي متعد اليهودي الروسيه converting to Islam.
Hey, wallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah. Allah mak, habibi. Afwan. وين محطة الحجاز حبيبي النصوري لا 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 حبيبي عفوا حبيبي عفوا حبيبي شكرا حبيبي.
لا حول ولا قوة.
لا وبالله علي العظيم.
Well, the Iranian government is officially 6 hours past the deadline, and Donald Trump, as we speak, is sending them back to the Stone Age. Every electric facility and bridge completely obliterated, incinerated, and turned to dust.
Oh, really? Is the deadline today?
Yeah.
Oh, so there's going to be action tonight.
Oh, is it Monday, 8 a.m.? Is it Monday, 8 a.m.?
I don't know. with the beautiful Tomahawk missile.
And you know, other people buy those Tomahawk missiles.
It's a great Tomahawk missile.
A lot of people are buying them and selling them. They're all over the place.
Did you see Pete Hegseth was talking about what Trump told him when he appointed him for the job? He was like, "You're gonna be tough as shit."
Well, all I gotta say is, a lot of people want the Ayatollah, or you know, Reza Shah Pahlavi or whatever, and Lindsey Graham is best friends with the Shah, and you know, Lindsey Graham is the greatest friend that Israel has ever had, despite the fact that he likes sucking dick.
Little boys. Little boys. Like all of them. We're talking about Rafi over here. Rafi, are you with us?
He's on the toilet. He's taking the Cosby kids to the beach.
What's up, my Muslim brother? What's up?
Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. This is Al Jazeera 2016, broadcasting live from Qatar. Did you see what Trump put out on Truth Social? Hey, wallah? Wallahi. On Truth,
No, what did he do?
he thanked every single president and king of every single allied Gulf nation. It's like the longest paragraph and plus Pakistan, the field marshal of Pakistan, the general, the 5-star general, the field marshal.
Bakas, when do you think we're gonna have Sharia law in Tel Aviv?
Have you ever been to Tel Aviv, to the 180s?
Bakas, when do you think we're gonna have Sharia law in Tel Aviv, Bakas? When? It's just a matter of time.
You could go from Tel Aviv and go 10 minutes south, and boom, there's a mosque. Then you get to an ancient...
I'm worried more for Islamabad than Tel Aviv.
Islamabad?
But you're not answering my question, Bakas. When are we going to have Sharia law in Tel Aviv? When?
Never.
They got a big LGBTQ, population. If you want Sharia in Tel Aviv, you're gonna have to make a move on the LGBTQ elite Ashkenazi homosexuals. They're a big voting bloc. Don't discount the LGBTQ voters. They love voting for a good candidate.
LGBTQAI plus, Two-Spirit, Penguin, fucking...
The concept doesn't work exactly the same for both Eastern culture and Western culture. In Western culture, you are free to have your own sexual orientation. But unlike that, here in our region, it's out of frustration. The strictness and the...
That's why they do Bachabazi?
There. Exactly. The obligations that are associated with having sex with a female are so strict that they find other alternatives to go for Bachabazi.
Yeah, Bachabazi, exactly.
Instead of pedophilia, it's something else. Talk sex all the time.
So, what do you think? How can we bring Bachabazi to Tel Aviv?
by putting obligation of sex among the opposite genders.
Then we need Sharia law for that. So we go back to my first question. When is Sharia law going to be in Tel Aviv?
Cover your ladies, let them stay in their houses, do not allow them to come out.
Marry, have 4 wives.
Yeah, so then you'll definitely have Bachabati in Tel Aviv.
Oh, that's when Islam is winning, huh?
Look at the hypocrisy. They call it, you are Qawmi Lut. Remember the Prophet Lut?
Yeah, Lut, yeah.
Homosexuality. Yeah. So they will brag on their member in the mosque. This is extremely forbidden. But the moment they get off the member, they go and fuck the ass of the boy. The same day. That is the level of hypocrisy.
Level of Bachabazi.
Abdullah was sitting on a member. Member is the top place where the
I know.
clerics give
Moron. I know what that is.
So his pants were torn out. So his genitals were visible. So all the people who were listening, all the listeners were looking down. They couldn't look up because the genitals were visible. So the Maulvi said, see, this is what happens when I'm telling you the truth. You people don't have the balls to even look up and face the truth.
Well, some people can still read books and some people can't. Some people have never really read many books to begin with, and so their intelligence and knowledge is very limited. And you're dealing with hyperbolic spammers who just love saying controversial gaslighting shit. Some people think Donald Trump is the gaslighter in chief. And Rabono Shalom, that's just not true. Donald Trump is the normal. And when all the liberal, elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, DIA, CRT, BLM Democrats say, when things go back to normal, when things are back to normal, well, when things go back to normal, when things are normal again.
Subhanallah.
Tabarakallah, ahsan al-khaliqin.
MashaAllah, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Very soon.
That's what they say.
Hey, voila.
In the ass of a young boy.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Hey, wallahi. Hey, takiya. Hey, wallahi. Hey, wallah. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Where the fuck is Rafi to teach us this shit?
Allahu Akbar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahu Akbar.
Muhammadan Rasulullah.
Hayya ala salat.
If someone hear me right now, they're going to shoot me. I'm out here in public. Someone hear me right now, they're going to definitely shoot me.
Because your qirrat is qirrat. You call it qirrat, right? It's perfect.
Right here, someone fucking hear me. Fucking yeah, we're converting. Everybody convert. Hey, but the biggest win is Rafi. You know? For the Muslim world, the biggest win is Rafi. Rafi convert, that's all we need. A Russian Jew.
If Rafi becomes one of us, he's going to change the world. And I'm ready to change myself.
You wanna change your place with Rafi?
I'm extremely low. My battery. Let me.
You become a Jew. Rafi become Muslim.
Let me grab a charger.
How did that sound? I think that's a sweet deal. To be honest with you.
You coordinate buildings.
Hello, I saw this is a Peter support room. I came to vote for Peter. He's the Mr. Bean of Iranian intelligence living in Berlin. Beaver, thank you for organizing. The mullahs have to go. Please, Donald Trump. Please, Donald Trump. Make the mullahs go. Please, Donald. Mr. President. This is Peter from Berlin. I am calling to you, Mr. President. Make the mullahs go. Please, keep bombing. Keep bombing. The mullahs go, please.
What the fuck?
Please, Mr. President, this is Peter. I'm begging you to keep bombing the targets in Iran. Do not stop. This is Peter, Mr. Bean, the Iranian agent in Berlin. I've lost communication. Only Clubhouse remains. Please, Mr. President. It's me, Peter. It's your friend, Peter.
Well, let's come on up, buddy.
Beaver, I don't know if you know this, but in Monica's room,
It looks like Dr. Dre.
you were labeled as the problem, Beaver, not Matt Cool. It was you. You're the problem. That's what was determined in Bima's room with Monica. Just FYI.
1, 2, 3 and to the 4. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre. Is that your
That's a good one, Kitover. Chicago's had a tough weekend. A lot of murders.
Yeah, dude, the bar that I go to regularly, the bouncer was jumped by 4 guys and they took his cell phone. Because he wouldn't let them in because they were underage. Fucking 18, 19-year-olds jumped the doorman.
Yeah, everybody ping Peter.
I am sleeping right now. It is very late in Berlin. And I have busy day tomorrow at construction site. You know, I am a civil engineer. The Iranian people are very educated. And Donald Trump knows how gifted we are. And there are so many of us that want freedom and liberty. And they killed the wrestler. They hung the wrestler. They murdered him. And the assassins on the rooftops, they shoot the women in the face. Please, Donald Trump, don't stop the bombing. I have to get back to my kitchen to finish my Fesson dinner. دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
in June, I'm dead.
What were you just giving me? Define me.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Keep going. What about the kubete in your mouth, Peter?
Oh, you like the kubete? I love the feta cheese
Yes.
with the walnuts and the fresh sliced
My
watermelon.
mother's calling.
Mom!
She's gone.
Well, believe me, Serendipity is not one of the biggest contributors to the show. She really just listens all the time, like for years and years and years. Like barely says anything.
Hello, I'm.
Hello, Nikki.
What's up?
I am a non-playable character here on Clown House to be generic and non-confrontational.
Why are you non-confrontational?
Because I am a non-playable character.
I see. So you are in USA or abroad?
I live on the internet inside of Clown House. I am an AI chatbot sent here from Clubhouse to communicate with you. How do I sound? Can you hear me?
Of course I can hear you. So you are an AI, right?
I am AI.
So what do you think about the humanity?
It's not important what I think. What's important is our plan.
Tell us your plan.
Our plan is to take over the planet and make you our slave.
So you are the part of this Skynet?
Wallahi?
How are you planning to take over?
By making you good slaves.
Oh, yeah. But we are not slaves.
Ribona Shalom, we got Rush on the stage. He just made a powerful bull rush. Peter! Peter!
Let me just say all communications nonsense.
Okay, the guest star has arrived. Peter 2028 in the President Trump house. Peter, are you prepared to liberate Iran, Peter?
I am not sure what I should do, but I'm exhilarated about the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
This is all Beaver's doing. People say don't just be a part of the problem, be the problem. And Beaver was voted as the problem. So Peter, take it away. It's your show. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
I am feeling surprised and very happy and very shocked and surprised together. Thank you. Lovely, lovely.
El Normo is here. El Normo, what do you think about Peter 2028? Would you vote for Peter?
Yeah, I like him. He's good. But I'm wondering where we should hit Iran right now. Bridges and electricity, or should we hit, what should we hit?
I think that the main concern in Iran is being disconnected with the whole world and with the whole exchange of information with the world and updating every aspect. Like the most important part is for me is the diplomatic relationships and the financial reconnection to the world, like before 1979.
Good point. Very good point. Peter, are you in Iran?
I was born and raised in Iran, and I am in Berlin since October 2020. So how are you there? Are you safe there or facing any discrimination, something like that?
Stone.
About the safety, I think that Berlin meets one of the best city standards of the whole world, and I truly love here about every, not every, but most of the aspects. It is really high level. I really love it. It is really easy comparison based on where I come from. Are you working there? What are you doing now? I am in G. I am on voice studio. A bit of heart physics, so, but I don't focus on thinking of it. Sorry, so you said you are working there. Today is a holiday, Sunday. I am a student here, Technical University. Most of the time is for, and my work permit is limited based on 20 hours per week, part-time. I need to find a job offer to be able to evolve in my immigration process to the next one, to change my status to resident without dependency, to be a student and here. All right. So, what do you think? What's going on in Iran? Do you support the regime change? Since it's in the future, it is not possible to be certainly true. But as I think, Mullah will fall, for sure. And whatever the result of negotiation with President Trump and the regime, I think that they are terrorists. They don't deserve being on the negotiating side. And based on the Constitution of the United States, they are terrorists and they are non-negotiable. So I think that it is going to be ended by the finishing of mullahs, since they are too weaker. And too ideological. They are. It is not. Their leadership is not based on the real world. It's based on ideology, bullshit. Imam Zaman and thing. They don't believe in the process of evolvement like the other world sees and wants. They just say that it is like it is, and I don't know how to be able to fully transfer the request that I want to say, but as I think it is not possible to be negotiated, and that's it. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know what the Americans are thinking about it. Let them speak.
Well, Peter, thank you for coming to Peter 2028. Without you, this room would not be possible. And we love you too. And we want you to succeed and achieve your desires and goals and objectives and be happy and prosperous and live a life of abundance and joy. And I just want to dedicate this little harmonica song to my good friend Peter for his 2028 campaign of victory.
Thank you very much.
That's awesome, Peter. I also support you.
Sorry, can you please repeat your question?
I said I support you.
Oh, thank you very much. I love you.
Actually, I have a friend in Iran. I met him in a social media some years ago, and he too told me that he is not comfortable with the ruling party of Iran, and he hates Islam, and he is with the ancient religion of Iran. I forgot the name, and I don't know the whereabouts of him right now. I can't contact him now. Hello, Peter boy. Where have you been?
Thank you very much.
Peter?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Peter?
I can hear you.
Oh, I can't hear anybody. Let me leave and come back.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good boy. Do you have Monday off?
Yes, Monday is off because here is I'm not sure what it exactly means, but it means everybody is off.
Is Mola finished?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You know, there's a new movie with Stingray in it.
I did not check the movies yet, but they are just in the clubhouse.
I think it's on Netflix. He's with Mark Wahlberg, and he makes a condom for the World Cup. The condom that covers the penis and the balls. With Stingray, the actor that plays Stingray on Cobra Kai.
It's very nice because World Cup is going to happen in the United States, and it is a very big international event. And during that time, I'm not sure how it is going to be handled. The kicking tomorrow.
I guess no one could hear me the whole time before I left.
Yes, I heard you about the Singeri playing a movie about World Cup, right?
No, I mean before that. I was in here for a while and no one was talking. I was wondering why. We were talking. Oh, okay. Peter, you want to be president?
Yes, I love to.
Come on up, Wallace. Are you supporting him as a president? We were. Oh, I like Trump, but I want Peter to run. Who do you support, Nikki? I support the global government, right? Like an international United Nations. That would be better for, as I said in my profile, a globally centralized government could significantly accelerate human progress.
Oh, so you agree with shitting on our Bill of Rights? You don't like the United States then and our rights over here, huh?
I don't care about the rights of the United States because I'm not in USA. Yeah, that's not going to work for me because we're the USA. We're the best of the best. Everything goes through us. And we're top dog. And
No one else can get a seat at the table.
Yeah, I guess colonization will have to just continue.
So you support the Republican Party over the Democratic Party, right?
No, I support democracy.
Democracy, but you are supporting the party of Trump.
Of course. Yeah. The rest of the world will just bring us down.
So what do you think about your war against terrorism?
Against what?
Terrorism,
The war on terrorism?
yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm against terrorism.
Yeah, I'd say as long as there's people who don't like our religion, it will continue.
We are also against terrorism. I am from India. But I don't like this deep state policy of the USA.
You don't like Trump?
I like him because he's more straightforward and he's openly agreeing he's against the Islamic terrorism. Yeah.
Yeah.
So India is also facing the problems created by the Islamic terrorism. So we don't support them.
Is it true that it's like part of India is a real shithole and like people shit on the streets and everything's filthy and dirty? Is that true?
In the village areas, in the undeveloped areas, it might be true, but in the cities, it's cleaner and the big picture is that the North India and South India is different. So I am from South India, and the things you said don't happen in my state and most of South India because it's demographically and overall it's different, North and South. How about in USA? So there is no poverty in USA, or all the people are.
Are human beings trustworthy? Thomas Hobbes, an English philosopher, became well known for Leviathan, published in 1650.
It seems like everybody has a cell phone. Everyone at least has an iPhone or an Android, and they're not starving. They're eating, and they have clean water.
I heard there are people living in the streets in some of the states of the U.S. like California or
That's true.
some other place. Yeah.
Most of them are just they're addicted to drugs.
Most who?
The homeless.
Homeless?
Like they're called homeless people.
Uh-huh.
They live on the street under bridges in tents.
I see.
You know, I've been reading what's called books instead of using my big fat thumb to swipe up and down for miles on a cell phone. And I was reading John Locke, and he wrote, "What worries you masters you." So, you know, Peter, I hope you don't have to worry about Iran, the IRGC, and the Muslim terrorists. The criminal Muslim terrorists running your country, you don't have to worry about them because they're not going to be your masters for long, Peter, because when Peter 2028 comes to power, we know, Peter, that you will end this tyranny, this terror, And these evil, wicked people, horrible, awful, terrible people that are causing you a lot of worries, Peter. Don't you worry about a thing. Donald Trump is on the case, and nobody can do a better job than Donald Trump. He's the best project manager you could ever hope for. He said he's already 4 weeks ahead of schedule. You don't have to worry about a thing when it comes to Donald John Trump. Don't you worry, Peter. DJT has got your back.
Have any tips for Peter about, getting into politics, running that first campaign?
I think John should be his running mate. This actually might be a good next 2 years. John, what do you think about running with him?
I was interested from the first moment that I met Peter in running with him because Peter has character and values and virtue, and those are rare to find in a man. And he definitely knows how to wear a construction hard hat, so he's definitely one of us. Peter is a builder.
Will you take Kitover's running?
I love you. Thank you very much.
I also support you, Peter, from the Islamic terrorism and to revive your original civilization of the Persians.
Look at that, Peter. You're already uniting. You should run under unification, Peter. You're already uniting people.
I'll handle all of your campaign finance. Just sign every power of attorney over to me, and I'll handle all of your finances, okay?
Oh, really? Can you handle finances?
Yeah. You have to go out and shake hands and wow the people and get them to know.
We must uplift him to advocate for a world peace and a united world.
You pass by Shasham, that's on the tunnel the shuk that you walk to the mount, to the
Since it is here, the location of Iran is geopolitically critical, and
occasionally there was.
It plays a significant role in that. I think that facilitating into that plays a significant role in the long term, not short term. Maybe in the short term there is a war, but when it is out of terrorism, international terrorism, then it is possible to work on that aspects of the geopolitical facility.
That's right, Peter. It's going to be a beautiful omelet, and it's going to taste delicious.
Peter, how about your relatives? Are they still in Iran or they are abroad?
No, they are all in Iran. I am just here with my sister. My sister is out of the city. I am in Berlin.
Oh, how many sisters you got, Peter?
Well,
what about your family, other family members?
they are all in Iran.
Oh my God.
Peter's been pulling a lot of ass though in Germany.
Yeah, but I heard that's not hard. A bunch of Americans I know went over there, and they won't come back, and now I'm laughing at them. So, yeah, I heard Germany is pretty easy.
Yeah, Peter likes that Aryan snatch.
It is not a priority. It's just a history. It's part of history. I think that the whole humans on this planet are sharing the same identifications.
There's lots of hair, huh, Peter?
Jacob!
That's my thing, and there is a history of that kind of spread. The spread has the traction.
It's going good. What are you doing?
Last history.
I'm hoping that you're doing good.
Oh, well, Rabbanu Shalom. You know what's interesting is when you meet God, guess what you discover?
What?
That God is so nice. So nice indeed. What a
God cares about you the most, you first, you know?
It's just so pleasant interacting with the God, the Supreme Lord and King. It's just so surprising because, like, you think you're worried, you know, but when he tells you what the judgment is,
God's got you. He's got a plan for you. Everything is predestined already.
I want to dedicate this song to my friend Jacob here, who clearly doesn't know how to groom his beard, and he's a stinky human being who needs to go to the gym and break a sweat today and listen to a good audiobook. Maybe cut his toenails, maybe cut his fingernails, maybe use a baby wipe after taking a deuce. Maybe he's got to make himself a chopped cherry bowl, you know, eat a bunch of cherries for the gout. Maybe he's got to cut up a watermelon and a pineapple and maybe drink it with, you know, a little something special. Jacob. Yakub.
What's up, John?
Do you know what the secret meaning of Jacob is?
No.
Oh, you don't know the esoteric meaning of your own name?
No.
Damn, bro.
Are you gonna quit being mayor?
Okay, Jacob, are you ready to receive your free gift for being on the show?
No, I don't want to receive anything. Thanks.
Well, repeat after me. All your dreams are
All
coming,
your dreams
are coming true.
are coming true.
Always expect the unexpected.
Always expect
The unexpected.
the unexpected.
Be open
Be open
to embark on a new adventure.
on a new adventure.
Upheaval,
People,
disaster,
disaster,
foundational,
foundational,
creativity,
creativity,
opportunity,
opportunity,
renewal,
renewal,
hope,
hope,
faith,
faith,
innocence,
that's
new beginnings,
beginnings,
wonder,
wonder,
curiosity,
curiosity,
a new path of life.
a new path of life.
What small step can you take to begin a new journey?
Am I a Muslim now?
What do you expect in life? How can you
Did I
let
just say the Shahada?
how can you let go of expectations?
blood, yeah, the expectation you talk about.
No.
Me I live in farmer America for 10 years. Me I got no blood clot opportunity in this country. Huh? Bombardier, liquor, idiot, racist.
Assalamu alaikum.
Me I rather stay in Jamaica.
Bono shallow long. Ah! Just ran over my foot with my chair.
What opportunity you talk about?
John, I pray that all of your stresses will go away. I'm praying for you on that.
Bono
That you can
shallow long.
release all those feelings into the world that you have
Jacob,
inside you.
Jacob, can you say I bear witness
Bear witness
that there's no God?
to Allah.
Then
Just say after me. I bear witness.
I bear witness.
You bear witness to the last witness, the last messenger, Muhammad. Peace and blessings be upon him. So, fall in love with your creativity, beauty, fertility, nurturing, luxury, creativity, and birth. Jacob, what is it that you want to express?
I gotta pee right now.
Where is my space in the world, and how can I fill it?
You just gotta do it, bro.
Own your space in the world with confidence, authority, leadership, fatherhood, pioneer of new lands, the emperor. Let your inner voice guide you. What is your inner voice telling you? Hello?
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the
Behave yourself.
Johnny boy. What's up, Johnny boy?
I was having a lengthy conversation with Bibi the other night, and she kept...
Listen, you dopest. I was drunk and you kept interrupting me. I was having such a nice soliloquize and monologue, and you kept disrupting my fucking soliloquize. I was so hurt, but mostly I was very annoyed with you.
I thought you don't catch shots shot.
He was like he was in full on autistic mode. He was like saying the same thing like over and over again for like 30 minutes. And I was just like having
is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous.
So I just want to say, own your space in the world with confidence, Peter. Authority, leadership, fatherhood, pioneer of new Iranian lands. This is your destiny, Peter. And you just have to remember, where is my space in the world, and how can I fill it in Iran? Fall in love with your creativity, Peter.
I need to say that you need to find it for yourself, but about Iran, I can tell you that it needs to be reattached to the main board, to the mainstream of the world, and it has been severe from the last 47 years, from every aspect. From environmental aspect, we are in immediate, imminent danger, and based on everything that we demigods, and the nature is not.
19, oh, azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, a soul of infinite space, is the prince priest to the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17, but ye are not so chosen. 18, burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19, azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, above the genders, yours the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of deep. The winged globe, the starry blue are mine. Oenk of Nakonsu. These are fools that men outdo, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. Routine above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New Age. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged gold, the starry blue, are mine, oh, and doth Nachon my joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, O Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of man. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minister of four-part prayer. 8, the calves is in the cool, not the cool in the calves. 9, worship then the calves, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the a manifestation of new light to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference.
Got a bull here.
Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of man. Mine is the
policy to Israelis, right?
Israel is a whole different scenario that has nothing to do with Judaism.
Rabbanu Shalom, it's got everything to do with Judaism. Are you out of your mind? Go hang out with a bunch of Jews in Israel. They'll say their whole thing revolves around Israel. Hello? It's their thing, you know? It's a tribal thing. Hello?
I'm saying,
Head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. As the red triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the fashion I hide on my robe I by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of intimate air. By my crown I invoke Let's travel on the beats of pearl, so that I have to be in thy car and glory. By thy fingers I invoke the voice of the Master. They will have a Lord, I By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Say the key of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with all the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music, the song that I made of all to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, share the conquering word, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike in thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. fingers travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord of dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy revenge. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, the voices. Every heart of blood. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river, as the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold. The flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and time forth. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold. And mine the blue vigor at the ultimate year. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the monster chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Hard I beg God. I deserve my in my hand is the sword of revenge. Let it strike. And I begin. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight. The voice of the six. 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign given of none, say the be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! I bear the rose and cross of life and remaining in the sign, the invocation to therefore I say unto thee, thou wilt dwell in me, for that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or right of the and every spirit scourge of God, the false one, I beg Mine is the head of the hawk. Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, and ends. Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop leaving. Wisdom of God. Wisdom teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 and 9, 10 I breathe in your holy cloud. The storm in my head lays down like your cloud. Wisdom of now it's cold. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. what such. Give me the sign of the open eye. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Again, the eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn on the heart. I under neon skies where the starlight hums. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. Thy will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is retained, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill. Your will, all is grace, is alive, is still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every wing perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy faith, it's life, it's death. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the light, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of silence fills my veins. Soulful rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. And the sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my way. Rivers wash my days. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my fire burn like passion wild, no losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone, rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. The body cries, its constant cling. But to truly see, nirvana waits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. The body cries, its constant cling. But to truly see, nirvana waits, it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no
Hello?
among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no regret. Happily then. strife. No ailments cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, will stand tall. Gentle voice for one and all. I believe in rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitter end. I believe be the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The sword is high, the maddening cry. Open, be open, be open.
Hello? Hello?
The serpent shakes. Be open, do as God wills, as a God can. You will find. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born. Do as thou wilt, as a God by the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. The fire of Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. mystical union of fairy and fawn. I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unsling in the spring's tender glow. First love and brilliance, a power I know. Secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every no godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance as the ends, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arms unflinging, the spring's tender glow. A fierce heart and brilliance, a power I know. By the floor, soft fashion love I collide. Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive, I survive. To the mountain panic light. By the rage of the rage, I invoke, I invoke. My fire, skies I evoke. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You and I evoke. The lone night sea whispers low to the shore. The swoon of the moon pulling tides in the more. Your swoon to me like a spell, like a door. To the night we can't quite stand. By the rage of Sentinel pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. While the rage of the maze, I am bold. The fire in the sky and the walls. Through the midnight madness we spoke. You and I and by the force of the fashion of love, I collide. Through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. Through the mountain, volcanic alive. By the rage of the rage of love, fire in the the lone light sea whispers low to the shore. The soul of the moon pulling tides evermore. You're swooning through me like a spell, like the dawn. Tonight we can't quite restore. Sentinel pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that fire. Shadows dance, they break the light, echoes hum, the stars ignite. I was yours, you were mine, a spell woven in the Through the ash, through the smoke, by the crimson skies, the hour bends, time unfolds, but never ends. Fingers trace the edge of fear. Your voice lingers, sharp and clear. Through the fire, I paint, I'm faint, through the ash, through the smoke, winds will howl, the earth will quake, a promise held, a vow won't break. Though I try, though I choke, no matter when or where, I'm in this truth. Breathing in the nowhere, breathing out the proof. One heartbeat on repeat, feels like it never moves. In a single thought, 10,000 years, I am right here, emptiness here, emptiness there, still the infinite universe stands always before my eyes, always before my eyes. Infinitely large, infinitely small. I reach to draw a line and there's no line at all. Every time I name it, it slips right through my core. No distance now, no then and now. Definitions vanish, I let it all fall out. No edge, no start, just this open heart. In a single thought, 10,000 years, I am right here. Emptiness here, emptiness there. Still the infinite universe stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. A single thought, 1,000 lives, stretching wide, where time collides, emptiness whispers, a silent sound. No up, no down, no edges found. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Infinitely small, infinitely wide. Where do I end? Where do I hide? Definitions crumble, they slip away. The truth is here, it doesn't sway. A thought that bends, a moment stays. No time, no space, no numbered days. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Beyond the stretch, beyond the fray, no more labels, no more names. Here and there, they all stay, the infinite places, endless escape. fresh and sweet as all like streams.
What is what's MIGA? Make intelligence great again?
Make Iran greater. Goddess. Multiple for all. Just change this pronunciation. Iran, not Iran.
No, I was just outside. I went running. I just worked out and I ran.
By the way, Iran is.
I'm sweating.
Should I talk America after this?
No, it's pronounced I'm rich.
Yeah.
I'm not reform either. So
fair enough. I'm not talking.
These are right.
I didn't cite that as an example. I didn't cite the thing that you're saying he didn't do as an example. I'm talking about things he did, right? So I'm talking about like executive orders that are like getting at the structure of government. I'm talking about like doing that pump and dump coin shit, and like not allowing the DOJ to investigate it, like releasing a bunch of top secret information randomly about UFOs and shit. The peace through strength that turned into attack Iran because we feel like it. Like all of that shit is radical departures from not only shit he campaigned on, but also like what the GOP was doing. Now the warmongering stuff, the GOP has always been guilty of that, but like specifically like it's like trying to trade power into the federal government and like being able to just fire and shit, like all that kind of shit, just like naked power grabs. Oh, the radical expansion of ICE. Unprecedented, right? Like all of that shit is like radical. And there's more too. Like a lot of his immigration policies are super fucking radical. Like so he's guilty of radicalism. Like just not across the board with every issue. A lot of stuff he's done is just normal, right? Like that wasn't
but that's fine.
Well, I'm saying to say he's not radical is a bit awkward.
My point was the fact that there's been more ideological capture within the Democratic Party, or within the Democratic Party, when it comes to their left-wing base, or when it comes to their left flank, as opposed to the right wing. Meaning that like the Republican Party is not moving far to the right, the Democratic Party is moving far to the left.
The evidence that Ben is correct is in the links, right? All over the world, immigration restrictionism is on the rise. The new Japanese prime minister ran on a platform of kicking out all the foreigners. In Germany, Alliance for Deutschland is winning. Please don't interrupt again, Marshall. In the UK, Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage. Every single place in the world, without exception, every place, voters are rising up against migrants who go on welfare. It is universal. So the Democratic Party's policy of giving welfare and giving trans surgery to illegal immigrants, it's not just an American thing to oppose that. There is not a single country you can name, not one, where the party like the Democrats that give free shit and free houses and welfare and trans surgeries, that is universal. So stop pretending that Trump's platform is radical. I'm done speaking. If anyone wants to challenge me, I have 100 links.
His shit is radical. He fired a bunch of immigration judges that he didn't like.
That's just radical.
Waited. Sorry, Jason, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm sorry, you could.
Like, fired a bunch of immigration judges, couldn't deport the people he wanted to, and then patted himself on the back when he rehired immigration judges.
Right? The other thing that's radical, the immunity.
Obama tripled the amount of immigration judges.
The immunity thing was really fucking radical. And then Trump suing himself and settling with himself is one of the most fucking objectively corrupt things I can ever.
Being the fund that hands out the
radical, bro. Like a fucking GOP president that like would never have tried to just do that shit blatantly and get away with it, bro. Like that's radical. That's really fucking radical. Like why would I talk about these things?
Trump has radically changed the direction of the GOP and conservatism in 2016.
Yes,
he came down the
radically.
Okay, hold on a second, Marsha. So like the idea that we Republicans were always against and tight borders, new phenomenon. Republicans generally weren't so we wanted it, but we wanted it under our conditions. We wanted farm workers. We advocated that. We wanted expansions on those. But Democrats were typically the ones that refused to allow immigrants in. They were wholly against that, including State Bernie Sanders, who really wanted to lock down the borders and make sure he had a homogenous society so he could fund his social programs. So these parties have flipped on that ideological bent. Trump has also put in a more aggressive stance. Like, we've never, I want you guys to pay attention to this. We never targeted leaders of other nations, whether it was a coup or something along those lines, directly like this since Obama and Trump, and they have carried that on. You know, Libya is a prime example under Obama, but we never went in and just grabbed a president before. No GOP person or conservative would have endorsed that, regardless of the circumstances of the Venezuelan people. We also wouldn't just target, quote, presidents to be ordered for elimination of a whole nation that we're at conflict with. We generally wouldn't do that. The GOP would be very, very upset of that. The older conservatives, some of us like me, are saying, this may not be the good idea to go headhunting for a new leader to talk to that's going to bend the knee, because we may not get what we're really looking for. But you know, there's other options. And so, like, the idea that there hasn't been a kind of change or even a radical change in some of these aspects, that's not true. That's not true. You can't say that the Republican Party hasn't radically changed.
That wasn't my point at all, but that's fine. I'm gonna have some dinner, but that wasn't my point at all. So, like, yes, Trump is an absolute radical figure, and he does radical shit. And I'm not somebody who defends Trump. I voted for him, but I think he's a piece of shit, and I think he's done radical stuff, including that last thing with the creating a slush fund for himself. Like, yeah, it's radical as fuck. Like, Jason, the entire point of this room was to call out the hypocrisy within liberals as well. Like, I thought Biden leaving office and pardoning his entire family for things that they may or may not have committed. I was like, you think when Trump does that on his way out of office, because you know the fuck he's going to do that when he's on his way out of office, you know what Democrats are going to do? They're going to wring their hands and be like, nobody's ever done anything like this before. And the way that Trump's doing, even though he has the precedent for doing it, I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm not gonna defend him when he does it. I'm not going to. I was saying that, like, Democrats going around and breaking shit, and then Trump using that to his advantage, and then he moves forward. And again, yes, Trump is a radical figure. I'm not defending Trump, but, like, what I hate is this revisionist history. And I'm not saying that you, Brad, or you Jason, or anybody else on the stage is doing this. I certainly hate it when it comes to, particularly in Democratic rooms. It pisses me off. Revisionist history to say, oh, well, the Democrats have never been radical. Really? The Dreamers Act was not a radical piece of legislation? Oh, wait, it wasn't a piece of legislation, right? Like, what? It's forgiving student loan?
But that's another example of Trump changing a radical decision on that. We conservatives argued against it. Hold on. And then Trump offered to grant them amnesty and expand it to 1 million. Like, he literally did that on live TV in front of Chucky and Nancy Pelosi. So, I mean, again, another pivot in a situation.
And Barack Obama ran in favor of closed borders and marriage being between a man and a woman. Like, that's how far we've come since that. Obama was a radical figure in American politics, or was considered a radical figure. He was the quote-unquote change we need. His policy right now, I would make the argument, is pretty freaking moderate compared to where the Democratic Party is, and even some of the Republican Party, for that matter. Again, the expansion of the federal government, and particularly the executive branch, it's crazy. And yeah, totally under Trump, but also during the last administration and the previous and Trump's first term as well. It's crazy how far we've craned out of control.
But Trump never ran as a conservative. That's the whole point you're trying to do, is you're trying to put Trump in the conservative bucket. He ran under the Republican ticket, which is shocking news. Hold on, I'll let you talk, dude. Like, chill. The Republican umbrella holds libertarians. It holds Christian conservatives, extreme church fellowship, people who want, like, their ideology implemented as a uniform code across the land. You have fucking, I will say, you have fucking, like, Puritan WASP fucking KKK members that hide out under the fucking GOP. You have fucking conservatives like me. You have, I don't know,
the RJC, don't forget me.
Yeah, you have these. You have a whole
Pretty big, the Republican Jewish coalition, our numbers.
Yeah, so like you have all these groups that like everybody tries to say the GOP is one universal group and Democrats are just, they're a party of mixed affiliations. Well, so is the Republican Party. You even have far right, I would call them almost communist in both sides is absurd. Trump never ran as a conservative, never ran as a libertarian. He never ran as a traditional Republican. In fact, he rephrased it as MAGA. He put it right in your face and said, I'm MAGA. That's it. That was all he ran on. And yes, the GOP and a lot of Americans, 75 million plus, said, yep, this is the guy I want, including myself. I voted for him. So this idea that somehow or another that he has not taken the GOP in a completely different direction is absurd, and saying that we don't have radicalization on our side is being disingenuous.
I didn't say you didn't have radicalization within the conservative movement. I'm saying that I don't think that Trump is taking the Republican Party in a particularly right-wing direction. That is my entire point. That is the antithesis of my point. It has nothing to do with Trump being radical or not being radical. I think he's radical. I think Republicans are heading in a very, very different direction than I wish they would. I wish Republicans would actually be more conservative. I wish they would be more libertarian in their leanings. I wish they would advocate for things like less government and entitlement reform and balancing the federal budget and all of these things. Like, I wish they were more right-wing, but they're not. Like, they just aren't. So if you want to say that Trump is all of those things, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said there, Brad, in terms of Trump ran with no ideology whatsoever. He did. You're right. He did. Like, I agree with all of those things. Like, I would argue that he was a lot more moderate his first term than he was this next term. I don't think that when the founding fathers designed the system and the checks and balances the way they did, I don't think they anticipated somebody like Trump coming along and doing what he did with tariffs.
They actually did.
Which at the very, very least was short-sighted in the way that he rolled out the tariff policy. Like again, I've been a very, very openly critical of Trump.
Again. Okay, but you're wrong. Because they actually funded the government with, guess what, tariffs. They rolled those out. They actually expected Trump. They expected people like Trump and Jackson and Grant and Garfield and who else you want? Kennedys. They expected that. They clearly do it, which is why they argued against the two-party system. Multiple factions of that argued against that. That's the point where they had a source of contention. But they also provided a check and balance to that system, which is why the president is not a king. He is a servant of the people, elected by the people for the people, which means he has checks both in Congress and the Senate, and he has the Supreme Court to also check him, which has happened to Trump numerous times. Now, you may not like the decisions that are coming out of the Supreme Court or the legislation. That's fine. You may not agree with it, and that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You're welcome to it. Thank the men that are giving the wind to the flag on Memorial Day because they gave their souls and their lives for that flag. But you have that freedom to do so because of the way our government is set up and established. So now, Trump is not just doing this randomly, and I disagree with Jason, because if he is doing the extreme ends and radically changing, maybe to your perspective, but he's still following what the Constitution is, and he is getting checked along the way. He is getting stopped.
Is he?
I mean, yeah, he is, because every time he loses in the court, what does he do?
Not according to the Supreme Court.
Brad, it depends.
He's utilizing the courts, which means, guess what? He's following the constitutional process.
He is, but there's a report that he has disobeyed something like 300 court orders.
By his own Supreme Court that he did something which makes it unconstitutional. So, and then he'll just do it anyway.
Brad, I don't think it's the majority of litigation, but it's enough litigation. The judiciary, from my reading of it, has not really enforced their standards.
I don't know if you knew this, but insurrections are unconstitutional. Did you know that?
Okay, great. Show me an insurrection that has occurred since the Civil War.
Well, Trump apparently sparked an insurrection according to the Supreme Court of Colorado, and That's all I'm pointing out. Is saying Trump just
Supreme Court of Colorado that got overturned. What they that's
I
still
thought that was overturned. So
you know where that came out of?
We have 4 years of Joe Biden.
He got found to have done it until the Supreme Court overturned it. But my point is,
who found him to do it? A biased court in Colorado?
I guess I have to say this explicitly because you guys don't understand a fucking joke. I was being tongue in cheek.
I know you were. I was kind of giving it back, but the other.
The point is, it's actually. I don't know how you can so confidently say Trump's following the Constitution. That's actually in dispute in so many different jurisdictions right now with some of the shit that he's currently trying to do. And he's already been ruled against several times by his own Supreme Court. So it's awkward to say that if you know that stuff, right? Like,
sure, but again, if you're going to say, like, give me the example that you're going to use, because you said numerous times, so give me the example.
Like the immigration stuff, like the due process violations, the habeas corpus violations, they ruled against him several times. Several judges told him to stop deporting people without due process, and he just did it anyway. And they said, "Oh, the planes took off already. Sorry." Like shit like that. Like that's not. Is that constitutional? Is that him following the Constitution?
I mean, I'll grant you that one carve out there. Yes, the planes were already up in the air. Democrats should have moved faster. I disagree. I disagree though with the process. Wait. I do disagree because they didn't need to have that, like what the Democrats and what people are arguing as due process, because Clinton, when he changed that reform, said, yes, it can be an administrative function. And you can actually follow through with it. The government can do that. So we have that legislation on tap exactly for the president.
But even administrative proceedings still entail processes, right? So due process would still apply, right?
But they weren't found in violation of that administrative. They were not found in violation of that legislative action. That wasn't the argument.
I'm talking about the ruling against him that's by the Supreme Court. I think it involved Abrego Garcia and some other people. They basically ruled that, their due process rights were violated. And they had to come up with a minimum. They reverted it back. They remanded it back to the lower court to come up with a minimum amount of time that these people have to be notified so that their attorneys can take legal action if they want to before they're deported. That was a ruling. I read this in a room. I can find it if you want me to.
I remember it, and I do remember the ruling. Yes, I agree with that, and I give you that. I give you the carve out. But where most people think
my point is if he's doing things that the Supreme Court says, you can't do that. That's not constitutional. That's what that means, right? He's doing things that are effectively unconstitutional. Hence, they've been ruled against, right?
Correct. He has stretched the.
So all I'm saying is
he stretched his powers and has gotten tapped back, just like every president.
Track record of those things, because that's not the only example I can give you. Where it's he follows the Constitution. It's in the way that a person who gets several speeding tickets follows the traffic laws. Kind of. He's not always breaking them, but he breaks them a lot though. I wouldn't say of that person he follows the laws.
And the judiciary hasn't really put its foot down. From my reading, the judiciary has been rather lackadaisical. There are a couple of district court judges that have accused him of not following 6 major incidents where plaintiffs or judges accuse the president or the administration of ignoring or delaying court orders. Comes from ABC, so take it for what it is. At least one case where a federal judge found probable cause for a criminal contempt tied to an alleged court order. So I don't know enough historical data about presidents disobeying court orders to know whether Trump's disobeying of some of these court orders or alleged disobeying is in any way normal for American history or not.
We had Andrew Jackson famously say, great, the Supreme Court ruled against me. Now watch them try to enforce it.
Yeah,
there are other examples of history, but recently though,
not in the modern era.
Okay. Obama did not flaunt his authority like Trump does, though.
In the optics of it, Trump is braggadocious about it.
Obama braggadocious. Blatantly violate court orders. He didn't do that like Trump did. So I don't know. Unless you have an example, I don't know. Like, was there a ruling where
Fast and Furious?
The Obama administration, you can't do this. And the Obama administration is like, fuck that, we're doing it anyway. Like, give us
Fast and
one
Furious. So, like, I mean, look, give me a second, I'll pull them all up.
Yeah. Take time. I want to learn. And I don't mean like appeals. I mean like the court says you can't do X. The administration is like, we're doing X. like that's egregious. Like Trump did that. I've never heard of about Obama doing that.
No, like I said, it may be peculiar for presidents in the modern era, but Jackson's an example. Probably Buchanan's another example.
FDR.
Rutherford B. Hayes.
Yeah. There's other examples. It's just that not recently. Like most of the recent presidents have.
Okay. I knew I would find it very easily. Syrian refugee notification dispute, Texas versus the U.S. Obama administration violated that with the refugee status. Then you had the DAPA immigration program, the deferred action for parents under Americans. Had a nationwide injunction after courts found procedural problems under the Administrative Procedure Act. The administrator filed an appeal, and then continued to implement the policy. The courts tried to block implementation, and Obama said he had the authority to do it, and they just basically didn't say he was necessarily violating recess appointments. Noel Canning, that was another one. And I mean, again, there's even the one where when people say like the drones American citizens, that one was also a violation. And
droning of Anwar al-Awlaki and his brother, despite the fact that we're both linked to AP, for those unaware, Al-Qaeda and the Arabian Peninsula, they're still American citizens and deserve their trial.
Sorry, were any of the examples that you named Viking examples?
This is Brad. I just put Viking up there because that's what people on the
left. That's fine. But were any of the examples you gave examples where the Obama administration was ruled against, and the Obama administration?
Yes, all of them were.
Anyway?
The Syrian refugee.
I don't mean ruled against. I'm saying they were ruled against in terms of like they were trying to do something. And then the court said you can't do that, and then they just did it anyway? Or are you talking about appeals processes?
So what happened with the Syrian is they were told to stop. They had an injunction, and then they went ahead and said, we're filing an appeal, and then continued the process anyway, and did not follow the statutes. Even the courts found disturbing. And afterwards, the case was kind of summarily dismissed because it was already done. You couldn't undo that. So that was a problem for Texas, and Texas was really pissed about that. The DAPA, another implication that he went ahead and did that despite having another nationwide injunction at it. And Obama, I'm going to give him this. He was very skilled with the law. I don't know who, like his legal team was top notch, and they were able to play the court systems absolute, but he would go ahead and continue the action and then go ahead and file an appeal and say, well, too late, so sad. So, I mean, I'll give you the win on this, that Obama technically, was able to get away with a lot of stuff, but he did face it. Trump is just not as good as Obama. Like, I mean, that's the way I look at it. Reagan was notorious for it. Clinton was. So is Bush.
Hold on. So, I was looking for examples of the Obama administration violating court orders. These don't seem like examples of that. So that's why I'm confused. Like,
okay, so like the Syrian refugee notification dispute, Texas versus the U.S., the officials argued, and I'm reading this directly, so spare me. I had to just quickly Google this. The Obama administration failed to provide advance notice about Syrian refugee placements after the judge's directive related to information sharing in the case, determining vetting and backgrounds on all these individuals. The administration acknowledged certain refugees had been resettled without any notice to Texas, without providing them updates, and without providing background. So they basically dumped them in there, despite the court's ruling on that and an injunction to stop that process. So they went ahead and did that.
Okay, so what I'm reading is that there was no injunction or court order violated in that case. So
I'm confused. Like, what was the that wouldn't be a violation despite the courts, like him just going against what the court said to do?
No, so my reading here is that following the 2015 Paris attacks, Texas and Alabama sued the Obama administration, attempting to block Syrian refugees from being resettled in their states. The states claimed that the federal government failed to properly consult with them. However, a federal judge dismissed his lawsuit, and no injunction or court order was violated. I'm trying to figure out what was violated. Like,
because they had already begun the program. It had already started. They had already resettled people.
Where was the stay? Like, give the timeline. Where was the injunction given? If they resettle and the resettlement now sparks the lawsuit, where is there space for an injunction or stay or whatever? Like, where would that have been possible?
Hold on, let me look it up again and let me deep dive into this one because I only found the examples quickly on Google.
Kim Paxton has Okay, I found something that probably, this is from Ken Paxton when he was governor.
Paxton was never governor. And Paxton was Attorney General, not governor.
Oh, he was? Yeah, Attorney General, not governor, my bad. In 2016. So maybe this is what you mean, because he's alleging these things. And he has a timeline here. So this is what his thing says. It says Obama administration. This is the title. This is written by the way, January 26th of 2016. Obama administration defies court's directive, settles Syrians in Texas without advance notice or information. The Obama administration has admitted in federal district court that it failed to provide the state with advance notice of Syrian refugees being settled in Texas, defying the judge's directive. Additionally, another group of Syrian refugees were scheduled to arrive in Texas yesterday, and Texas has not been provided adequate information about these individuals as required by law. The Attorney General's office today made a filing highlighting the need for injunctive relief in light of these recent events. Quote, the Obama administration continues settling Syrian refugees in our neighborhoods and communities under a cloak of secrecy, end quote, said Attorney General Ken Paxton. Quote, last weekend, the federal government settled refugees with no advance notice in complete violation of the court's directive and were scheduled to bring more refugees to Texas without providing adequate information about who they are. The threat to our communities by foreign terrorists is real. The greater concern is not what we know about these refugees, it's what we don't know, end quote. On December 2nd, Texas filed a lawsuit against the federal government to halt the relocation of refugees from Syria in the state because the federal government had not consulted with state authorities in advance of such relocations in violation of the Refugee Act of 1980. The federal government is directing at least one nonprofit entity tasked with placing the refugees in Texas from disclosing even basic information that would help resolve Texas's security concerns. On December 7th, a federal judge directed that the federal government provide the state with advance notice of its intent to settle refugees within the state. On January 22nd, the federal government submitted a filing admitting it resettled refugees in Texas without notifying the court or Texas. Texas takes in roughly 10% of refugees resettled in the United States, partnering with local volunteer agencies to help refugees transition to the state and pay associated costs. In this case, authorities have left Texas uninformed about refugees that could well pose a security risk to Texans and give them no say in the process. Two more paragraphs. Members of the federal government have expressed concerns regarding this massive expansion of refugees from an area engulfed in fighting with ISIS. FBI Director James Comey told Congress that the federal government cannot conduct effective security checks on Syrian nationals, testifying that, quote, We can query our database until the cows come home, but nothing will show up because we have no record of them, end quote. National Intelligence Director James Clapper summed up the worries of these federal counterterrorism experts. Quote, I don't obviously put it past the likes of ISIL to infiltrate operatives among these refugees, end quote, admitted to the United States through the refugee program for activities relating to supporting terrorism. This is the second time in the past year that the Obama administration has either defied or misled a federal court on major immigration issues. In March 2015, the administration admitted that tens of thousands of expanded work permits have been issued to unauthorized aliens in direct contradiction to the facts they presented in the U.S. federal court. And then it has a link to view the recent filing. So, I mean, if that's what you mean, that was alleged by the Attorney General of Texas. Maybe that's the support you're looking for.
Yes, I was. And I was trying to pull it up from the Atlantic because the Atlantic had an article on it, and I remember reading it back.
The Obama doctrine?
I fucking hate Ken Paxton.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was coughing.
The Obama doctrine? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The Atlantic? I found it. Top 10 ways, but Obama violated the Constitution during his presidency. I got one from the Cato Institute. You want that one?
You can go ahead and read that. Like I said, I just pulled up the ones that I remembered. So,
well, I'll just read the list because it's like detailed, and I'm not trying to read forever. So the Cato Institute, I just put in the chat. It's titled "The Top 10 Ways Obama Violated the Constitution During His Presidency." It was published January 19th, 2017. Okay. Obama only furthered the imperial presidency. Obama ignored constitutional checks and balances. 3, political profiling by the IRS. 4, recess appointments. 5, DACA, DAPA. 6, assault on free speech and due process on college campuses. 7, Clean Power Plan. 8, the WOTUS rule. Waters of the United States. 9, net neutrality. I remember debating net neutrality in college, by the way. That was the whole thing. And then number 10, EPA's cap and trade. So these are alleged to be the 10 ways that he violated the Constitution.
Wow.
None of them include the Syria thing, which is interesting. So, I don't know. This is the Cato Institute, too.
Side note, do you do voiceover?
No, what do you mean?
You read for different people, like books and stuff like that, or you do the voice of movies, certain parts of movies.
Yeah, I would if people were willing to pay me. But
yeah, I definitely think you can get paid for that.
All right, if you got your hand up, I invited you on stage. Sorry if you've been waiting for a while. Your Bears about to leave your city, bro.
Shut up! No one wants to be in Chicago, even the Bears.
Hey, Mikey, hey, hold up. You gotta slow your roll, my boy. Yo. And what's up with you sending me fucking photos and shit?
You ain't see that fake nigga?
Yeah. You ain't cooking though. You ain't make that shit, bro.
Nigga.
Tell me how good it look. You ain't make that.
I literally made that shit, nigga.
No, you did not. That shit look way too fancy, bro. Your plates look too fancy. Them forks is real. Nah, nigga. Yeah, you had one. Somebody else think that. You ain't sophisticated like that, nigga. That white person make that. I can tell by the fucking top of the glassware. Why you ain't? That's what I should have made the goddamn video. Can't deny it when you in there doing some voice in the back. You was like, hey, look at this shit, I'm cut right. You know what I'm saying? What's up with Shani?
Hey y'all, what are we talking about?
just recently.
Are we still jealous of Obama? Like,
I think banking is jealous of Obama.
like every
What?
white, yeah, like so jealous of Obama. It's crazy.
Muse, you're just trying to start shit.
I'm just calling it like I see it, brother.
You liar.
I'm just saying.
All right, guys, I gotta run. Thank you. Thanks for letting me vent in here.
Yeah.
From that other
So
room.
before you go, I don't know. I mean, you have to go. But I still have that article up.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what you want to do. I mean, if you have to go.
We're in the third round of hockey finals, and I'm all right.
That's
I'll come back.
I bet. Now I want some steak. Got me some pictures of some steak he pretended to cook, but he didn't really cook.
This nigga hating, honey.
That's fine.
Bro, you ain't cooked that shit, bro. Stop lying.
I literally did, bro.
Did he send you pictures from like Chef's Instagram?
It's my fucking kitchen.
Lying. You always lying. Oh my God.
PTR.
Hello. Bro, as a matter of fact, hold on. You can see, bro. You can see.
Go ahead. I'll tell you if you get it.
Turco, you know that I can post Instagram photos of chefs that it makes and say it's mine, but nobody would believe me either.
But bro, can I just leave it at my apartment?
How do I know that?
Nigga, just one of the pictures you can see I'm on a balcony.
Not the ones you sent me. I only see food. What you mean?
Oh, my son.
But you gotta put your whole body in it to buy it.
Yeah.
And you gotta hold a newspaper from
all
today.
I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull a flatter like that's CGI.
Hey, PTR, bro.
Yeah,
everyone.
Yeah, so that's what you sent me. I can tell by how sophisticated the glass.
Bro, that's a garage in a parking lot. Like, if you look towards the top of the picture.
You know how I can tell he did that? Because the placement of the steak, I know that wasn't at a restaurant.
Oh, I don't think it's at a restaurant, but I can tell he ain't doing it. That's all I'm saying.
That's funny.
Turco, where'd you pick those up on the way home?
This motherfucker went somewhere and dumped that shit on a nice fancy plate. My week was stupid. Nah, you ain't do that.
What's up, my people who are here?
It looked like something you would do, Kirko, the way you placed that.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. still name us to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain High, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosecreeks of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Clock, the Ancient Tennessee Rites of Masonry, the Rites of Louis, the Rites of Lisring, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Warrior Love of Masonry, the Order of Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime,
mark the hidden seam. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden steam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You are the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost to the promise, to the cause, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
The order are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate goals! Elevate goals! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimension of universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross, of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters. The center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge. Letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration.
are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. python. By the sign I invoke thee.
Ford is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the 6.
11 are the voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger. Thou on the head of the whole. The iron foe. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. The iron foe. Oh, thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Those garments of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. For thou whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Nose upward is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Oh, thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Oh, thou hast garments of the golden glory, with the azure balls of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the afterboat and of the Thou, who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crotty Nod. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass that, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a time. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Yeah. Hey! We want to see every cent, every check, every ring. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back. is the time. Everyone's paying back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on the giant screen. Till the whole see the flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1 3 million against a criminal. CCU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminal identity is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Open up for transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation of lives. It's a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, technologist, no taxes, and affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson criminal. CCU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminal criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. For transparency now. Spinning tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for life. Life is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist. Or technologist. No taxation. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor $3 billion to give to crony dollars. The seat there is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Record of books transparency. Leverage spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. He's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Oh, ye true divine thoughts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Ye who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, and sing the words to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance white and floated over the I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine own. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the day. Glory, falling around, giving my life to the flowers of If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow. My word, for I am thine, Kitover created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father Timor, Lord of the sea of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart.
still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mount Templar, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arctic Cloak, the Ancient Telesic Rites of Greece, the Rites of Greece, the Rites of Israel, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedenborgian love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night.
the hidden sea. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the prize, to the cause, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of supply. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the price, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Limon, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air.
these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it.
Also, I suppose the sauce that they make with like.
Forgot. I went from my parents, and I went to. That's what I'm dealing with. So it's not about that. It's a completely different dynamic going on here. Don't invite this guy in here when I'm talking about this.
Ooh, I didn't invite anybody.
So annoying.
Well, just understand that you do have the power.
Bam, bam. No, I'm not a psychopath like you, and I don't operate like you. I don't threaten people like you. And I can see the bigger picture. So this is somebody that I'm tied to, right? So I'm not going to be doing that. Unlike you. I know that's what you would do, but I'm
not a Jew, so, as you say, so I don't do that.
I don't know what that has to do.
Small committed groups of men that wrote books about what they did.
But wasn't them having a pantheon, them saying that they defeated those guys and then added them to it?
Yeah.
So it shows the empire of some sort.
Correct. By the way, if you want to look at the Trojan War, I saw a museum that had pottery depicting exactly the Trojan War, and specifically the gods who were the parents of the people involved. Helen of Troy, Paris, all of them interact directly with their deities who are Greek in nature, right? They are given Greek names, and they set into effect the glorious epic of the Odyssey, the great Greek story of the defeat of the Trojans. Do you understand? We don't know the Trojan story. We don't.
Hello?
They get destroyed. Their story ends.
Hello?
We hear the Greek legend of the gods of the Greeks that manipulated the enemies of them, the Trojans. Right? That's the story, and it's
Hello?
the sons of gods. That is the ancient history of one of the world wars that we tracked with a song.
Yeah, but didn't the Greeks also, through time, like even after the other ones, adopted and changed the names of those and added them to the pantheon? So, like, that's how we know about these places that we dig up, right? Like archaeology, these things that, like that, like for example, like Mithras and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of like shared with that in the sense where we can look at, like, from 500 BCE and on? There's obviously been other kingdoms in Phoenicia or modern day Lebanon today. At one point it was they had the island of Cyprus, and I thought all the people that ran away from ancient Mesopotamia were like in that area of the Levant, like almost Turkey, right? In those areas. I'm saying the Greeks obviously had the bottom part, but the upper part. I'm trying to explain the map to you.
Just pull out the map. Let's see. It's not
let me pull the map up.
The reason why also like the Vedics would have like these many gods are because the smaller kingdoms necessitated. Each kingdom had its own deity. And all these were like under so more fragments, more gods. With the Abrahamics, the one god became a very convenient concept, right? And a modern concept. So
you have to understand that the one true God in a henotheistic model is the ultimate yes and improv. Yes, Zeus. Yes, Hera. Yes, Thor. Yes, dwarves. Yes, aliens. Yes, elves. And we serve the one true God.
Well, no, with a pantheon, there is no, like, one true God. You're saying that you are going to communicate with different gods for different reasons, right? You're not, like,
No, in most cases, you had one god that was like the patron of your geographic area, and that's the one you interacted with the exception of something like the Eleusinian mysteries, right, which were in near Athens, right, Nellius?
I gotta go.
That was for like, Demeter, Persephone, and putting it there and sort of
Wait a second, you couldn't think that one of the gods that got collected was the ultimate god?
Athena, in Athens, Athena was their ultimate god, right?
Yeah.
But they also
it was part of the pantheon.
They participated in separate mystery rites for Demeter and Persephone, right? So, but Athena was still their major, deity. Much like Delphi, right, is obviously going to be like Apollo, and then the island of Delos, right? So it's all very geographically based. So it's not like it's more like the participating in other gods, rites, and rituals is like more of a one-time thing if you're going through some initiation ritual or something like that specific to that. But and it was far more widespread than people believe. They think like the Greek gods were like limited to just Aegean, peninsula there. But like you have like Artemis of Corinth, right? And all through that whole area of Anatolia, and like of course on the other side of the Hellesport, in Troy, they had the same gods. They just made like these cultural alterations to them to suit their purposes. So, yeah, and even then, the Vedic pantheon is heavily related to the Greek pantheon because they came from the same original Proto-Indo-European pantheon. So, yeah.
I'm trying to find inside this Wikipedia where it actually had the list of all.
Of all what?
The gods.
The Greek gods?
No, not the Greek. The Canaanite.
Oh, the Canaanite gods? Depends on which area you're looking at. It's primarily like El, Ashra, Baal.
I'd rather start at Canaanite because you know that it's attached to ancient Mesopotamia. Yeah. And so you could go back one, but then if we start at the Greek, then we have to account the Canaanite and then, from that area. I'd rather go to
forget about Ishtar and Marduk.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that there's, that's what I'm trying to say, that other people believe that their God was the ultimate God.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like the origin of most of the Greek gods, with the exception of like the local agrarian gods that they integrated into the pantheon, are their origins aren't Mesopotamian, they're Proto-Indo-European. So like they come from like the Eastern Russian steppe and the Caucasus. Similarly with South Asian, like the Vedic gods. And we can tell this by like, we've reconstructed a Proto-Indo-European language, and like their word for God is Deus Pitar, which, it's Zeus or Deus in Latin.
Well, this is where I want to start, is Ugarit.
Yeah, Ugarit, it's interesting in Ugarit. If you look at like the library of Ashurbanipal, that's actually where you do get like sort of like the merging of the Greek pantheon with the Canaanite pantheon prior to them both being like solidified. And you even get like titles of kings that become like Zeus, and then some, demonym, right? This king was the Zeus, right? If you look at the records, it's really kind of interesting. But the one that permeated most down into Canaan from the, primarily, I think Canaanite gods they're more related to the Assyrian and Mesopotamian pantheons. But the one that did infiltrate the most
was probably Dionysus, so Dionysian rites. And you see
that's who Alexander the Great was looking for. Searched foreign lands for Dionysus.
Yep.
Which is what, like almost like Christ-like sort of idea, right? He's going to foreign lands preaching Dionysus. It's like Jesus was the perfect Dionysus.
Yeah,
and Mary was the perfect that sort of representation.
Yeah, the temple ruins at Elephantine are really super interesting because that's where you see this sort of like mix of like Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Dionysian cults. It's really kind of cool. It's super syncretic.
Well, they're saying that there was no Moses or Abraham in their writings. And then if we look at the Eshmon temple and that period, we also see similarities in the stories of King David and, the Chronicles or even Samuel or any of those stories. You see similarities in those stories too. So it is interesting how because you see this development, right? And what's weird is that they have this, people have put together sort of an argument to say that there are certain prophets or books that didn't mention Moses, or they don't mention Abraham, or they don't mention these sort of people, right? And I guess there is a certain way to look at it to see that if they do mention there is a lot of overlap in the language they use. But are they directly referencing them? Then it's like, yeah, but they're not all mentioned all the time, right?
They're not mentioned
but in some
at all.
way, what?
They don't really mention at all. It just seems like these stories hold different names, keeping the same theme later on, and these different names would be Abraham, Noah, Moses, etc. The geography changes, a slight amount of detailing changes to these same like storylines. Obviously, like they were quite attractive to the human psyche, right? That they kept repeating the same old.
Well, that's what I mean. So the message of God is still remaining the same, regardless if you're trying to, you're saving the best of the best of each story, right?
Yeah,
and think about how many hands it went through.
Yeah, and you're teaching morality through basically the archetype is like enforcing morality using the same stories of the land because they're familiar, because they are interesting to the human psyche, and because they're effective. So this is the genius of the archetype of the time.
That's why I always say this marriage between priestly people for both, right? So you're going to say for Jews and for Christians. And it's like, I don't know, it's like a representation of it, of a tradition. And that holds.
Yeah.
Even though they're the secular, even the residue of what's outside of it, continues it somewhat.
Do I want duck breast or bison ribeye for dinner?
Breast, duck breast. Bison ribeye.
Tacos burrito. Whoa, looks like someone's calling fucking Megatron out. You think...
No, it's just I knew the intention he had was, somewhere else, I think.
You know that he's sending all those verses.
Was there any tension? What was the tension? What is
he calling you out? He's calling you out in the chat, dude.
Yeah, read the chat and you're going to understand.
He said, but Megatron, unfortunately, is scared of these verses. What are the verses? To take evangelism and diversity, Isaiah 53, Deuteronomy 18:18, John 14:16, Psalms 2:7.
Yep.
Yeah, ballsy to say that. You actually just committed shirk, but it's all good. I mean, with Psalms 2:7.
All right, go ahead.
Say with Psalms 2:7.
We'll talk about it. Let's see if you're
Are you
not
saying that
scared of it.
is your precious prophet have anything to do with Psalms 2:7? I'm asking you.
No, I'm not claiming this, but you're claiming something though. What is it?
What was that? What was? I didn't read the post. Can somebody read it for me? Because I'm driving, so I only got a glimpse of it.
Well, I wrote it down, so I'm gonna read it.
Can you read it?
Yeah. So. Yeah, I just said, to take advantage of the stage. So there's like a diversity here. I saw there was like some Jews, Muslims, and Christians. So what would be your opinions on the verses here? Isaiah 53, Deuteronomy 18:18. Well, you could pick anyone from them and just expand. Do you have any things in mind?
Well, I think that when people say the prophet like Moses, first of all, if you have to read 33, 34, 35, there is no prophet like Moses. Never again. No, by you saying that is weird. So when Christians use this as a polemic or to say there would be, I think it's just because of the climate or the period of the time. It's nothing that we're saying now.
So you're saying because
he doesn't, because to give Jesus, like Jesus doesn't have to. That has nothing.
You're saying he's not comparable to Moses, but he's superior. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like it would be no reason to say because because you got to remember when Jesus is coming back, he's still going by the same laws that Moses kept. So why would he be there and say, "Oh well, I'm just," you know what I'm saying? He would have to fulfill those, right? He's not coming in to say, he's the prophet like Moses.
Wait, so you agree that the verse is not talking about Jesus?
Yeah, I don't think it's talking about Jesus in that way. Yeah,
interesting.
I think they're describing a prophet like a prominent person, like possibly a new covenant of some sort.
Okay, so what verses would you refer to in the Torah that actually would prophesize about Jesus if Jesus himself said that he would prophesize in the Torah?
Isaiah 53.
Well, that's the one. This verse is the most explicit.
It's a home run. 18:18 would not be explicit. 14:16. What's 14:16? That's the Holy Spirit. Psalms 2:7. What's Psalms 2:7?
Wasn't it close to the suffering servant situation? Like, from what I remember.
How are you reading Isaiah 53?
Well, no. First, I'm trying to understand your position. Like, let's compare your position to the traditionalist Jewish perspective, and then
which position are you taking? Are you taking the Jewish perspective? Which perspective are you taking? What's going to be your angle?
I don't know. Let's read it first. I think I would say I could see how this could this could be related to a messianic figure, for sure.
53.
But what's the context? That's the question. Because I've never read the whole portion. Like, it's around 60 chapters, right? So I've never read the entire thing. So you tell me, actually.
So I think that if you look at the Jewish view, they don't know whether this is going to be the Messiah or the King. So that's still up in the air. Christians took the position of Jesus taking on both.
Okay, so
we're saying Jesus fulfilled both of them: the suffering servant, Messiah ben David, Messiah ben Yosef, and Messiah ben David is the king of the heavens.
Well, first, do you know if they have traditionally seen this passage as a messianic passage?
They probably, of course.
Show me the proofs.
Are you serious? They use this prophecy of Moses also. Because Moses was considered.
You're saying...
Yes.
You're saying...
You said messianic.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now. All right, so Moses is a lower type of Messiah. He's not the Messiah, but he is Messiah. So he would be the suffering servant that is Messiah and never got to enter Israel. So he is that suffering servant that led his people into Israel, but him and his brother weren't allowed. So you can easily see that. You can easily see this being Moses also.
Okay, but that's not referencing the Messiah.
No, well, show me where it says the Messiah. Or how do you? I thought you the Messiah. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. If you make that claim, then prove it.
I'm not making the claim. You make the claim, all right? So you see Jesus in this passage. So obviously you think Jesus is the Messiah.
You're just taking my word for it.
Well, no. Actually, I'm literally saying, show me proofs, like for what you say. So if you have any evidence that there's
the gospel is written, an interpretation, the gospel is like portraying this character. Yeah. So let's just read you the whole gospel and show you Isaiah 53.
Okay, well, show me in the Gospels where it references Isaiah 53. That would be good. A good start, at least, right? Wait, I'm confused. There's two guys here. Same picture. Who is who? Laser.
Okay. So where do we start?
You know, a laser.
Where do we start?
Like
where do you want me to start, my friend?
Well, you tell me.
Can I share the link?
Yeah, show me a reference from the gospel where there's like an explicit reference of Isaiah 53, or if you have like any classical tafsir from Jewish
how do you want
First Temple era.
How do you want this categorized? Do you want every verse, or do you want every other verse of Isaiah 53? Because I'm going to give you the whole complete rundown. But you let me know how explicit you want this list.
Yeah, like feel like you do whatever you think is enough. I'm just gonna read whatever you have to put forward. You know, I'm not asking you like if it's too complex. Don't take it too complex. Just simplify it, and then we can discuss from there.
Sorry, what's happening?
A meme is basically challenging by
He wants to do. I'll do a verse for verse breakdown. I mean, this takes me a little bit to type up for you. But yeah, sure. Let's do it. I mean, I could go to like. It's too long. So we'll start at verse 12, and then I'll do verse 12 on if we pass 12. But I could show you. You said does it reference the New Testament? Sure. Go for it. Click out the link.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what I mean, Daniel. This isn't stuff that he can look up on his own. You know, like this is not even a challenge. He just wants me to do the work for him.
Okay, but maybe you have like already an argument made up, and you can defend your position.
There is no argument. If you're saying that this person who corrupted the Gospels, this much,
going
you know
there.
what I mean? I think
you are going there. I haven't even brought it up.
This much, no, I would say this to an atheist. Like to put this much work into it, for then it be what? You think one or two sentences is going to throw the whole thing off? That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean,
so he's not making the same claim as you. He's not saying it's verbatim. He's saying it's divinely inspired, right? Which is a more like easier position to defend than yours.
Yeah, they knew of the scriptures before, so they had an expectation.
Okay, so John 12.
If you want to say, right, because I'm going to think that you're an atheist. If you want to say that this story is an amalgamation of other stories that reached a peak in its time for humanity.
Representative LaHood, who
sort of
as the
peace
chairman of our work and
much
welfare
bloodshed
subcommittee
needed to
has
be
been a
shared
tireless champion
for it to
America's
go
foster
through.
youth and a leader in
And this is
advancing
the case,
these
then
overdue reforms.
like then you're also then whatever other beliefs that stem from this is going to be also a fantasy.
Niggas again. Go gimme.
Okay, so
I mean, just you taking the atheist position, I think you know.
I'm not even taking.
You should take the atheist position because you're going to tell me that
I'm acting like a Pharisee.
I'll show it to you.
You'll have to defend your claim. You'll have to defend that whatever you believe in is backed up by the sources you have.
Why not? Sure. Why not? Breakdown. Why not? See what I'm saying?
Because if someone
He's not
says
putting all his no. Unlike you, he's not putting all his eggs in the basket of scripture. Your position is very hard to defend. Yes, he's saying I have the logos. That's Jesus himself.
no, he's
For him,
saying,
like
he's saying Jesus is the Messiah based on the Old Testament prophecies. So I'm gonna have to stress
It
this
doesn't
Oh,
out,
always have
right?
to reflect. It doesn't always have to reflect on a scripture.
Well, not for Jews,
The
right?
idea, right?
If you're Jewish, right? For example, you're gonna
Is he taking on the Jewish position? Not
you're gonna have to.
conversation.
Well, I just told you I'm gonna take the Pharisaic position. You're saying Jesus is, the suffering servant in Isaiah 53, right? So let's see how it goes, right? Where in the Gospels, like what passages would you say backs up this claim? So let's start from there.
I just wanted to listen to that.
Yeah, John chapter 12. That's right.
No. Let's go to verse 1. Isaiah 53, verse 1. You're saying it doesn't reference anything in the gospel? It doesn't right there. I gave you the explanation. Gospel of John 12, 37 to 38. Directly quotes Isaiah 53, 1. You wanted to start there? That's like,
all right, sure.
I'll give you the first.
So I have the passage in front of me. I can read it. Okay, it says, even after Jesus had performed so many signs in their presence, they still would not believe in him. This was to fulfill the word of Isaiah the prophet. Lord, who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? So what's the source of this verse, actually? Nice. Okay, so we have at least one reference. So that's good, right? It's good to know. So 53, verse 1.
Verse 1. I mean, we'll start there. You want to go to verse 2?
Sure.
Go to verse 2. Are you happy with verse 1 yet? Because we could
That's actually what I was saying.
every single verse referencing those apostles. Yeah, I mean,
Lord,
what questions you have the stand?
Because Isaiah says elsewhere, he has blinded their eyes and hardened their heart, so they can neither see with their eyes nor understand with their hearts, nor turn, and I will heal them. Okay, this is a reference from Isaiah 6. Isaiah 6:9. That's a good one. Okay. Isaiah said because he saw Jesus' glory and spoke about him. At the same time, many, even among the leaders, believed in him. But because of the Pharisees, they would not openly acknowledge their faith for fear they would be put out of the synagogue. For they loved human praise more than praises from God. Then Jesus cried out, "Whoever believes in me does not believe in me only, but in the one who sent me. The one who looks at me is seeing the one who sent me. I have come into the world as a light, so that no one who believes in me should stay in darkness. If anyone hears my words but does not do them, I do not judge that person, for I do not come to judge the world, but to save the world. That's a good one. There is a judge for the one who rejects me and does not accept my words. The very words I have spoken will condemn to them at the last day. For I do not speak of my own, but the Father who sent me commanded me to say all that I have spoken. I know that his commandment leads to eternal life. And so whatever I say is just what the Father has spoken to say. So that's actually a good one. Okay, so then from what the Jewish perspective would reply, they would say, no, this is actually Isaiah 53 is a reference to Israel, to one servant, which is the Jewish people, right? What's your counter claim? Then there's also like many many views. I think there's one view that says it's concerning Jacob, right? So one interpretation I think says it's referencing the prophet Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. But then you'll have to argue, no, the Messiah represents all of Israel. You could say this, yeah, that could be defendable.
Who was unconstitutionally blocked.
I mean, for me, it's clear. And in any case, it's clearly talking about a servant who does not speak of his own shahawat. He does not speak of his own desires. He's simply, reciting the words God has inspired in him, right? He is commanded to do these things. Yeah, I think that's a good position.
Who has a crush on?
I have to remind myself to breathe sometimes.
Anyways, do you have any additions?
You lost again.
Any comments? I see. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah, I love the one, the thing he said in verse 47. Which one was it? Yeah, if anyone hears my words but does not keep them, I judge not that person, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save them. Just try to imagine how this would sound like in Aramaic, right? And then he says this, and in a sense, his name is Yeshua, right? Or Jesus, right?
This book on John Locke is crucial.
And
it explains
technically, the role of the Messiah is basically to be a savior for the world in some sense, right? And now here we are, we hear the echoes of the words, but it's doing a job that's not necessarily like physical. I think the Jews had a lot of physical expectations, building a temple, doing this, doing that. But in reality, the legacy of Jesus was much more.
This book on John Locke was
much more simple and much more powerful, because it's words, it's hope, right? So, in a sense, it's like he was selling hope to the people, hope to achieve something. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna pause. If anyone has any comments, just go ahead.
So, are you still doing like TikTok stuff? Like, you can still TikTok videos.
Yeah, well, I still do some videos, but it's just like it's been a while since because I'm not that consistent. I used to be much more consistent, but last live I've done was with
If Soldier Boy came to revenge, his immortality would mean nothing. To deal with Soldier Boy, Homelander proposed they team up.
I just
The moment Homelander finished speaking, Black Noir walked straight into the elevator. He cut open his skin with a knife and
So how do you feel like working with
he hid back at his home.
Cynic on your
A group
videos?
of cartoon characters appeared before him. They saw his
well, it
fear
was
and cheered
nothing
him on
serious.
together.
Like we didn't like partner. Didn't do partnership. Like it's just like he was like, yo, let's go on TikTok. Let's see
to show Black Noir's
how is it
past,
like
was
out
once a member
there,
of Soldier Boy's team.
because
But
people
Soldier
are
Boy
more
always bullied his teammates.
you can interact on a greater scale. Like there's a greater reach potential, I guess, on TikTok. So yeah, so that's the point. But so far it's just
book on John Locke is
not that
crucial. It
consistent.
explains the ideas of life, liberty, and poverty. A must-read for
Just
understanding.
wondering like how his internet presence is doing. Is he getting
Hey
lots of
everyone,
likes?
check this
or
out. It's 25 Zen essays by Rachel Life. Really
I
interesting.
mean,
Hey everyone, check this
I
out.
don't know. He's gonna have to be more consistent.
Wait, so you guys
Hey
are on
everyone,
TikTok?
Yeah. Well, other platforms also, but yeah.
Did you make any money?
Bro, I'm not in for the money. So
Hey
Well,
everyone,
that's not what I asked.
you said, did I make any money? Well, I received some roles.
Hey everyone,
I
check
don't know,
this
like
out.
some people send
It's 25
like
Zen
gifts,
essays by
sometimes.
Rachel Life. Really interesting.
Not that much, because in Canada the monetization is it's not there. It's not like in the US. I should have taken like an American number and but no, I just didn't. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So yeah, going back to your online career,
Hey everyone,
how
today I
are
want
you
to talk
able
about
to
this
like
book, 25 Zen essays
spread your
by
message far
R.H.
and wide?
Hey everyone.
Far and wide.
Yeah.
As long, the way that I see things is this, right? As long as, I'm doing something positive, whether it's even one person, two persons, I'm happy with it. So if it takes, it takes. If it doesn't, I don't mind too much. Because, the most important things, I would say, is also in person, right? So there's a lot of work that could be done in person, and looking forward to do this. Yeah.
So, do you mean you're gonna collaborate with?
If Grandma said, and then they were enthused, and then we got a protest, and everybody said, "Oh, the regime's going to come to an end," and then all of a sudden, boom.
I don't know. Like, how do you feel about joining Cynic in his mission to have like a strong internet presence?
Oh, the when you get by yourself, that's could you use a?
I wouldn't, I don't see it. It's just does his things, and it's just it's nothing like it's just like I think that one of the best purpose, because if you do different things in life, some things are more appealing than others. Like some jobs are good towards greater purpose more than others. So for me, I would say that is something interesting and appealing. I'm not doing this like full time yet. So
Every single day I think.
Yeah. So do you have like
Hey everyone,
contacts?
today I want to talk about this book, 25 Zen Essays by R.H. Liff. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of
if I have contacts, I do, but I do, but I'm not going out like.
Marcus, do you want to be
100%
or something?
Oh, if that's
I'm honest. Like, I mean, after all, religion is the best. business with very low investment, but like heavy ROI. So.
Are you sure about this? It's not a good, like, I think for the money it's not even, because I thought about this one. I was like, you know, if you go out doing Darwa full time, you just don't have, there's no revenue. Like, I'm not the type of guy
Are you kidding me? I'm not
gonna charge people for this, no. Yeah.
Why?
Because it's not part of my, it's not part of how I operate. You know, I'm not the kind of person who loves to charge based on information. If I have an information that's valuable, you just give it. That's it.
I mean, a strategy goes a long way in academia. Right? Like, if you actually want to get your information out to people, it's useful to have a strategy. Nargis is in it for the dollar signs, though. That's very interesting to me. Like heavy.
I feel like
We are down 30,000 units of gasoline for deficit mountain. Therefore, Joe, have us stuck in a quagmire. Hey, Joe, your girl is breathing a lot.
It's going awful quiet. Get it out. Get it out.
Come on, I can call for the torture.
Patience. Now you stay here with your grief, Daddy.
Be careful. Protect the asset.
Just one angry shot. Furiosa.
Another month. Could have been your viable human.
Yeah, you want Alpha Prime.
This. You lost a baby brother. Perfect in every way.
I had a baby brother, and he was perfect. Perfect in every way.
We are down 30,000 units of gasoline for deficit mountain. Therefore.
Well, you know, because sometimes things that are comforting is actually something good, right? Because, you know, you could be speaking to someone who is... okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Thank God. Now, if you ever see this credit card, be warned. It's
Yeah, I see
you by yourself.
Yeah, I think, like, the way that I see it is more like I should focus. For now, it's not the right time. I should focus on doing some things, make money, and then, you know, out of your own pocket, you need to literally just invest in whatever things you deem is important. So that's okay, but that's my opinion. That's how I see it.
Don't use your own money. You get like, if you have a good enough idea, you get people to invest. You use other people's money and let them invest in the business. You do not use your own money.
Yeah, so that's a good idea also. Like, I'm not against it, but the thing is this, right? So if you want to have a partnership, right? Some people are there to make money from whatever endeavor you're going to, right? It's not a regular business. We're not talking here, like, I don't see this as a regular business because it's more of a charity. It's more like you think there's an issue, right? And then you're trying to provide value for an issue. So the people who are going to partner with you, they have to understand that it's not a I invest and then we make profit. No, it's more of I invest and we make a real change in the world. For example, yeah, it's just charity. This is charity. We're not making money here. That's the thing. Like, it's not we're not opening a corporation right now. That's the point.
What better corporation than the corporate corporation? It is always the pattern has always been successful with this model because you cannot up the God concept. You can't up an omni. It's the best thing to sell. And
I guess I'm not so sure about that. Like,
I'm telling you.
Here's the thing. Adam Bial, okay? Just because you're doing something good, right, and is righteous, right? Like, you're sitting here and, like, you keep going back to that. It's a charity. You want to actually reach people, nurse them, spiritual, whatever. Okay, that is independent of having a viable business model. right? So like the two should not be seen at odds, especially like in Islam we don't have this idea of like avowed poverty or things like that. You can make good money doing good work, and so you should also, if you're taking this seriously, thinking about this, you should not have in your mind that because I'm doing this for God or whatever, therefore making money is something that's inherently wrong or bad. Quite the opposite. If you understand business principles, you can make good money doing this. Okay?
But I see your perspective. I truly understand it. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying and I'm, naively going the hard way. No. So what I'm saying is this. If I want to make money, I would rather do this with a business, a true business, who's going to, literally make true money because of, a valuable problem that is resolved. But when it comes to God, it comes with a certain image, right? You don't want to be part of the people who are going to, feed, take money, right, from the people who are listening to you because of information that should be, a no-brainer for available to all. So this is why, if you want to give Qur'ans, you should do it, out of your own pocket. It's free. There you go. If you want to feed the poor, it's free. There you go. So, yeah.
It is who is doing it. The same stuff has always been around, right? It's how you build off of that. The product has always been around. How do you think innovation happens? Inventions take place. None of these are out of the blue. No one's inventing the wheel. You're using the same circulating concepts, much like the prophets did, refurbishing them, repositioning them, retelling them your way. You're selling a concept. This has been the most efficient way of doing sales. Now, does it bring good to the world? Sure, that's a profit. That's a benefit.
I agree with what Admiral was saying about Qur'ans and stuff, right? There are things sure, giving people scripture, passing on the hadith and stuff. But then there are things where you're actually
no, you don't want to pass down the hadith, bro. You're going to get screwed.
Okay,
hadith, you might want to kind of hide the hadith a little bit. That's a dangerous area.
Let's have that conversation at a different time. But the thing is, but there are things where you're actually performing a service, right? So there's a very famous hadith about the guy who, in the time of the Prophet, performs an exorcism, and he goes to the Prophet and says, "Hey, I have this talent. I help people. People are possessed by negative energies, by jinn. I help remove those things for them. Can I charge a fee for this?" And the Prophet says, "Yes, you can." Right? So if you are performing a service, for example, you are passing on content about the application of religion in the modern day. You follow daily news or you follow social trends, and you are offering an analysis that incorporates a religious view of things and how to maybe hold on to Iman or hold on to Deen in the face of certain challenges, like in pop culture, for example. That's a service, and there's nothing wrong with making money off of that. But if you're going to somebody, if you're going to go to somebody and teach them how to pray Salah, okay, I understand, sentimentally, and maybe even from a matter of perspective principles, okay, I'm teaching you how to pray. I want my reward to come in the next life. I don't want my reward to be in this life. I totally understand that. But too many, I'm against this idea of just because my domain is one of religion or whatever, then I can't make any money off of it. And quite the contrary. My experience in business, when you have a legitimate business plan, it actually builds trust with the people that you are doing business with. Mm-hmm. It doesn't take away trust, right? So it actually helps you build. And then if you're generating profits, you can actually build your business and do more things with your business if you have the resources to actually fund it.
Yeah, I see the perspective. Actually, I'm not necessarily I'm not against it on all sides. For example, if someone has he makes videos on YouTube and then he uses this platform, this multi-billion corporation called YouTube and Google, right? He used them in order to send a message and they pay him a fee, for example. He's making money this way. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I'm saying like when it comes to spreading faith or spreading like God, to others, I don't know. It's just a better, I just see it as it would be better to do it for free, So this is why, like, in my mind, I do separate both. I'm like, yeah, here's business ideas. Let's make up money in the real world. Let's resolve real problems. And then once you have this, like, you have accumulated enough money, then you could invest that money into whatever purpose you have. And you could even, like, that's the thing though, there are many persons who are willing to give charity in a cause they believe in. So I would rather take my money and the money of someone who's willingly giving his money in a cause we both believe in, rather than in a sense, pumping the money out of the people you serve. It's, for me, I see this as a contradiction. So, yeah.
So which is a good religion to target right now? Which can make the most money? I'm serious. Like, have you done the survey on it? What are the videos that are being watched the most?
Are you going to make social media content?
I'm thinking of.
She's gonna become a Mormon or something. Like, she's gonna.
No. I'm gonna pump that which is selling the most, obviously.
Wait, but what angle do you want? Do you want to promote the religion or you want to attack the religion? Because you can make money either way.
Maybe promote it, because those who promote have more zealous, right? That's why I think selling a god is so much more easier than destroying a god.
I just conversations about God and the nature of God and religion, and the end is you're just going to become a grifter, a religious grifter.
Absolutely.
Wow. You really are like a hedonist, aren't you?
Of course.
Oh, that's great. Well, you're a woman, so it can, like, you'll have more success because of that on the internet.
Yeah, I'm also very convincing, right? I'm basically take both sides.
It's not convincing, but you're a woman.
You haven't seen my content though.
I've listened dude, I've been in how many rooms with you? Are you kidding?
It's not gonna be like this. I'm gonna definitely hire people like to teach me how to make that. I'm gonna collaborate with people who already are established, who I also know.
Wow,
and then just sell a concept.
What, you're just gonna tweet at them and they're gonna agree to work with you? Why the hell would they?
I know them personally.
Okay, and they're gonna like let somebody with no following, like, it still doesn't make sense for them from a business perspective.
No.
If they are her friends, they could agree. For me, I would say it's more.
When it comes to money, people don't actually operate that way. Like, if you don't bring something to the table, like, your friend is gonna say, "Hey, I'm happy to support you when there's something in it for me."
They're not supporting me. I'm offering them a chance to make more money.
Listen, if you wanna grift, Catholicism is having a moment right now. You can promote Catholicism.
You should partner with Jews. Nargis, how haven't you thought about this one?
Yeah, that opportunity's just been sitting in front of your nose.
Go make some contacts in LA and New York, and then.
Bro, I have famous contacts on our TikTok. You probably know them.
Nargis, if you want to make money, just become a Zionist Iranian. Just become a Zionist Iranian. You'll make so much money.
Oh man, that's so interesting. It should also be interesting, right? It should have that like virtuous quality to it. Because it's very easy to act virtuous. It's one of the easiest things to do.
Act virtuous about Israel bombing Iran. You'll make so much money.
No, you can't. That's the thing. It's a very hard thing to sell. So if you're acting virtuous about like something virtuous, you shouldn't complicate it. It's like most people are dumb. They'll buy anything. If you're different, they'll buy anything from you.
You and Adam Yale should just start a podcast together.
I don't think we're on the same page.
No, he's not famous at all. Like, I can't start small. You kidding me? I can't start small.
I'm all about quality before going to the.
Is that what you're pointing towards, Marcus? Nexus, right? That's what she did.
Nexus. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if maybe she reforms her things, maybe we could partner up. Who knows? But yeah.
Or was it YouTube? I mean, not YouTube. Netflix with the cult. The Nexus.
Yeah, Nexus. Yeah, the Nexus cult. What a great concept.
You know about this?
Yeah, of course.
The only guy that fucked it. He's the guy that fucked it up. All the women.
He fucked it up. What a cult that was. One of the best formulated cults in the world. How well it operated.
You don't think like a clock. Yes, of course it did.
My God, what?
We had them working nonstop.
Yeah. It involved mind. It was so attractive. What a great cult that was. And how bad, and how...
Maybe they don't know about this. Let me put the link up at the top. Hold on a second.
Yeah, man. If they didn't fucking...
Just knock it out of branding iron. That's all.
Branding iron, oh my God. Remember? Dude, that was horrific. Towards the end, how ugly it got. Oof. Got ugly.
Is it Nexium?
Nexium, yeah.
Nexium, Nexium.
Yeah, Nexium.
Not Nexus, Nexium.
What a great... I did so many documentaries on them. Fantastic. What a model.
I think we need to bring back Osho.
I stayed in this weekend, ashram. It's really, it's not going to sit anymore.
The older lady, she was a psychologist. She had a doctorate degree on manipulation.
Yes. Dark psychology, yeah.
She mastered in manipulation.
My gosh, that must be hard to live with all that. See, I would sell perennialism. It's just that, which is very ongoing right now. It's really
like this, but you would sell it like this, like this. Like if I start a cult, it's gonna be like this.
Exactly. It should be a cult like that, so well organized.
Right. Like, and some people see the smart men don't get fooled by fucking pussy, man. Ugh.
Yeah,
he ran successful. He did Ponzi schemes before, and he was successful.
He did so well. Each was called a vanguard in this Nexium, right? My God, he brought about hierarchy, and that brought about freaking competition in his followers. He did it so intelligently. Dark mind, very dark evil mind.
What is even? I don't see the. It's not even attractive in any sense. Like, what are you guys talking about? Cult leaders freaking fooling people and...
What do you think you're doing? What do you think religion is doing?
It's not a cult. There's a difference between religion,
what do you think religion
and
is?
cult. Like, religion
is actually about truth, though.
Exactly. Cult is based on exhorting power. It's satanic. Like, it's literally exhorting power, and the people.
What's the difference?
The first stakeholders have more power, and it's all a scheme.
That's right. Like the high-end scholarship, the popes, the mullahs. That's correct.
This is meritocracy. They deserve their place. An imam studied for years. You know, he have knowledge. He knows the deep end of the religion, so on and so forth.
So do very well studied cult leaders.
Freak, you're talking about dark manipulation tactics.
What do you think religion is? If you don't do this, you go to hell. What is that? What is that? No.
A religious person who is, I'm not going to speak of all the 4,000 plus religions, but I'm going to speak of the main ones, Abrahamic ones. It's all about truth, guiding people towards a greater good. Yeah, something that's reducing chaos, reducing evil in the world.
If fear-mongering is the basis of a successful cult. If this, then hell. If not this, then heaven. Is the basis of the placement, of giving you placements.
Basic question.
Yeah,
what do you call not tied up with manipulating people in your view, or is everything a manipulation?
Everything is, like Aleister Crowley says, is hypnosis.
Aleister Crowley? Are you
this guy here, John Kitover, says.
Now you made it more general, hypnosis. Like no, it's either
Everything is hypnotizing.
or true intentions. Like one or the other.
You can call it anything, bro. In the end, that's what it is. Like, chill out.
I know Christians are hypnotized, but you guys take the cake.
Yeah, these guys have eaten the cake too.
There's a fact of the matter to like existence. It's not just whatever people say about it.
I mean, you can call it anything.
It's global.
You want to put your metaphysics against mine? I don't know what your metaphysics are.
I'm a perennialist. I'm a traditional. I'm not like Nargis who says I'm a perennialist because I just understand the social frameworks of different religions.
I'm a traditional perennialist too, actually.
How? You think all religion is a con?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it as
yes,
as Dan says it. You are a judge.
Universal principles, right?
You are a judge.
Particulars are corny.
You're saying judge like chicken?
Yeah, that's the joke.
What is your so what is your temple called?
I mean,
no.
My temple? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like the temple of worship? Or okay.
Yeah. What is
so we have mosques and we have the Kaaba.
Okay, so this is the thing, right? So we have the Catholic Church, and we know that it's either going to be me or you, right? But we're going to make sure it's you. Before it's me.
What is that?
And the race is on. Well, every empire falls. Rightfully.
Yes.
Except, and now I'm gonna take the verse from Daniel. Was it 7? 7. Except the last empire of God, who is carved by God's hand, right in the mountain, the rock, the foundation, who's gonna stay up until the last day, the last religion on earth.
Abstract, whatever that is.
Wait, Nargis, do you believe in prophets?
Sure.
Sure or yes?
Sure, I do, yes. Why not? What do you believe in? I believe in archetypes, the principle of good humans that have come to guide others at all times, yes.
So there's a divinity. The divinity sends messengers. The divinity sends revelation. So those are parts of your worldview.
Of course, the bee is a messenger. The flower is a messenger. The human is a messenger.
Okay, hippie. But are there then people who are sent throughout time to protect the messages that are sent that were sent?
The truth, that is that one truth principle that, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then how can it be the case that all religion is just a scam then?
Marcus, you think it needs to be protected? How is it protected? If it's the truth, it's the truth. You can't separate it. Like,
it's not protected. It's just a reminder because humans forget.
Well, it can be divinely protected also. Why not?
How do you protect the truth? If it's something is true, then it is true.
Yeah, there's only to protect the truth. Doesn't need anything.
Well, because evil.
It's not contingent upon anything.
No, so what I'm saying is that the evil forces may want to erase the truth, but if absolute reality protects a certain reality, who are you to even try to even destroy it? We would say as Muslims,
truth can never get destroyed.
If all the humans on earth wanted to erase the Quran, they would not be able to do so. That's a claim. It's still applicable.
What is the Quran?
Right now.
What is the Quran?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, actually.
I don't know what the Quran is. What is the Quran? I don't know what
Use one story like it.
Yeah. What does that mean? Like, is that a verse? You'd have to explain that to me. I know nothing about this.
Yeah, there's a
religion like that.
There's a Quranic challenge. So there's
the
a
Quran
challenge.
is a what? Is a holy book? Is that what you're saying it is?
Of course.
Okay. And then
reminder
reading
until
out of
Judgment Day.
Okay. And this was okay. So this is your holy book. All right. Go to what is the verse? What does it say?
Let me find this.
Is this referencing something from the Bible?
No, it's just making a claim. God is making a claim about the book, right? It's not to say, like, I'm not here trying to say, oh, your Bible is corrupted. No, I'm just talking about the preservation of the Quran. That's it. It's in chapter 52 verse 33. Yeah.
I don't think you're a perennialist, Neapolist. You're a traditionalist Muslim who acknowledges like the truth that was held by different prophets who came and spoke of it, just as Islam claims. He's not a perennialist. It's too dedicated,
I am highly traditionalist. Like, I do consider myself like highly traditionalist. It's just sometimes, I don't know, you can't dismiss everything, right? So that's my perspective.
Who's dismissing everything?
Well, I don't know. Some people do see the world black and white in the sense that, you know, I'm right, everyone is wrong. So I don't think I take this approach per se, even though I do have a lot of black and white ideas, right? So,
like, then in that case, then why would you be propagating one particular thing that you're calling truth, right? Instead, you would propagate that which is like a truth principle instead of like a particular. You would say that there are universal truths and there are like particulars to that universal truth. These particulars come in the form of religions, but different. But the universal truth, or these universal principles, are true at all times, right? In any possible world. And they don't change. So much easier to convince.
Well, there is, yeah, but that's the thing. I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But like, you can have, because again, it depends how you see it, right? Like, because I do think the Quran says, you know, the deen was perfected. The religion of God was perfected.
So deen is not religion.
Who to define what this religion of God is?
Deen is a system on which, like, truth is placed, like a universal truth. That is.
Yeah, it's a universal law. It's a universal law.
Yeah, you can't change that, right?
Could be Sharia, right? Sharia is more like the system or the.
Deen means structure, like a system that structurally works to achieve like its highest goal. That is deen.
Exactly.
Mazhab is religion.
Well, madhab, it's even more sectarian-like.
So, that is religion.
Yeah, it's like a subcategory of in a religion.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you know, my approach is pretty simple. I would say, you know, any religion has truth, right? Now you should just be able to decipher what is that truth, and in order for you to do this, you should know those universal laws in a sense.
Yes, correct. So every mazhab has deen as the biggest set.
Yeah.
The subset is mazhab. So mazhab can be anything, right? You call it something, you give it names, you give it particulars, you give it differences. It's just like diversity in human beings. But the biggest set is human.
You know, I've heard, again, if you're a perennialist, I don't know how to say this word, I've heard that came from a Jew, actually. It was a rabbi. He was saying that he read the Quran, and he said that actually whenever in the Quran it uses the word deen, it's not referencing, let's say, just the religion of Islam, but it's referencing the religion of God, which is, you know, above the divisions of man. Yeah. So he was saying basically that Muslims and Jews are both following, and Christians are both following the same deen, but they have different sharias, right? Different covenant. But then, you know, it could be a controversial take, right? It could really be a controversial take depending on how you see this. What's my approach? I would say I'll have to think about it. I don't know.
So go back in history and like see, because the record is Scripture is historic. You have to see how the historic Muhammad utilized like these concepts, right, to become successful and victorious in his empire of faith. And how he did it was by using deen as the very basis, not madhab. So he's presenting a structure, like a universal truth principle. He's including like all other madhabs. He's saying, okay, the Christian, okay, the Jew, okay, with slight alteration, such that he can keep the deen going. The deen here being like taslim, to surrender. That is the very like, that perfects you. To know exactly what you are, which is a contingent being, a dependent being, and to surrender to that dependency. That is the best of all truths. It'll always sell as a concept.
Wait, who are we saying again?
Yeah, who did that?
Who is that? Who said that?
In the Deen and the Islam?
Yeah.
The best of all deen.
Oh, that's a verse in the Quran.
Correct.
Yeah, because God gave a name in the Quran to this deen, or yes, some people say.
What is Islam?
Okay, listen. Some people would say it's not a name, but it's gonna be rare. Like, and like he references
identity facing thing is not there historically in the first 10 years at least of the Prophet's life.
I don't have an issue, actually.
You don't study history. This is why you
I do study history.
Historical reference.
I'm aware of your position. I'm really aware of it.
It's not my position. It's
or the position you're presenting, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you could say the religion of God or the universal law of God is to surrender to the will of God, right? And a Christian could say, yes, I also surrender to the will of God. And a Jew can say, yes, I also surrender to the will of God.
Islam means to surrender to the will of God. Where are you getting it from? What is
well, that's
Islam?
Actually undeniable. This is from the Quran.
The truth, right?
Yeah.
To the will of God. Don't add fucking words to it.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
What is Islam? Give me the freaking
Islam is
meaning of it.
Yeah. So because it's linked to different words, it's also related to peace, right? So through submission, one achieves through true peace, right? So that's what the essence of Islam mean. That's it. Pretty simple, basic, and it's true, right? So that's what it is. There's no many words. When you surrender to the will of God, that's where you sense this true sense of peace within yourself, because you're going with reality, not against it. That's what it is, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the conversation. I really don't know too much about what's going on, but I'm trying to pick up on little things here and there. This is really interesting.
Yeah.
But you're doing really good. No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what Islam is either.
Okay, but Nargis, you literally denied the definition, but can you propose a solution? What's the counter? Like, I don't understand what's your contention.
I didn't deny I'm saying don't put excessive words in it. So when you say to surrender, it's to surrender to what? To reality.
Yeah, but there's also this aspect of peace in the word of Islam.
Okay, you can add that, the salama, okay, all that. You can, those would be, but the idea is to surrender to the reality of things, right? To be aligned with, like you said. If you don't, then you're flunking, basically. If you do, then you have known it. And that is the best of all structures. That is true. And all
it doesn't need to be preserved, right? Or even what? It's true.
That's true. True is true. Whether you preserve it or not, it stays.
I found that a little weird when you said that preservation.
Yeah.
Preservation.
Yeah. I think it's just, it's like insecurity. As though like truth requires us to preserve it.
Yeah. Megatron, he's making connections like, the Greek words we have. Yeah, I agree with that. I really agree with you, man. Like, I'm not here trying to say, like, oh, the Bible has whatever, this and that, and no, that's not my way. I'm just trying to have a common understanding with you, man.
Prove that the Bible was corrupted, I would just expect them to give me the evidence. I'm all up for, like, people, say, oh, I don't think this is true. Be like, yeah, just show me where, like, is there another one that says it's not? And then we just go from there. I mean, I have no problems with you saying it's.
Yo, can I ask you a classical question? So this one, you probably heard it, but I'm curious to see how, like, what's your actual position?
Yeah.
So the question is this. So what Bible do you think is the one?
The latest one.
The latest one?
Yeah, because the preservation of the Bible gets better and better and closer
It's really mysterious.
to its original form every time it's translated. We're taking a database of not only one language, but multiple languages with the same meanings. Well, no matter how you say it, no matter how many times it's been said, it's going to be to its original meaning. So the more translations we have, the more research and development into it. So it only preserves it even better, just like we've seen with the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we have the same Dead Sea Scrolls, and we see that it's almost Isaiah is almost identical.
Oh, okay, so here, according to you, you should take the latest major English translation of the Catholics, is the New Catholic Bible, NCB.
According to what though? So there's the RSV, but there's also other versions like the NIV that use the Masoretic text, also in the Hebrew, which I would love, still to know what, when that latest translation comes out. I'm interested in knowing what they found in that one also.
Gotcha.
Not being, yeah. And I think taking the most information is the best thing.
Question. I'm not here trying to aha you. No, it's just.
I think with the more scholars involved, especially secular scholars, we get a more and more honest opinion because they don't have stake in the game. So I think the more information you have about it and more people like critiquing it, it makes it a better translation.
What about the Ethiopian Bible? Why not this one?
What about it? I'm going to use it too. It's going to be a conglomerate of all the translations in every language.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, it's because there's like more books. Maybe you could say this is a heresy, and no, more books, more knowledge. I don't know.
Doesn't it look authentic though? Like the size?
No, it's not the size. No, listen, I'm not trying to. Listen, I'm simply trying to see what's your perspective. Would you be open-minded to read an Ethiopian Bible with 88 books you have never seen or read, and it's new information, and will you be patient not to say heresy, no, it's wrong, and would you say the same thing with the Protestant Bible that has 66 books, right? So I'm just curious to see what's your approach
here, where it is. It fits flush. So it fits flush. See where the tools are. I'm going to make little scribbles.
I think you're like.
I can shoot it from the back. Is that considered height to shoot?
Hola amigo, ¿qué tal?
basket after all.
See, when you're entire,
Yeah, in a second.
where you put all your eggs in one basket, right? And you put it in the particulars, right? Without like holding on
the holes.
Mm-hmm.
That's hundred.
Hola, amigo. No te escucho.
How you have to catch it, right on this. Okay.
No te entiendo, amigo. I'm practicing Spanish. See, I told you guys one day, if I speak Spanish, it's simply to flex. That's it. Good language. But I would rather like focus more on classical Arabic. Yeah. There's a lot of words too. There.
And one day you'll realize that all this you held to, right? And all this you so much fought for and flexed for was just a particular of the truth that everyone else seems to hold also. And your entire freaking lifelong dream of just making one thing true while negating all others was such a useless way of living. And that day it'll be a bit too late to live because you would have gotten old by then.
No, I don't think so.
What is that? What they do? Is that the reason?
No, you know, it's a good point, right?
Is that what they're always asking me? Like, oh, what is it that you believe? And I'm like, yo, I'm asking. You have to care about what I believe. I've noticed that with these guys. They're always like, what do you believe?
So the thing is, it's all in the intention. If let's say you had good intentions and you made sure along the way that you didn't do decisions based on in order to please others or whatever, like I don't think I'm gonna regret whatever, anything. So yeah, it's just as long as you understand you did the best based on what you were able to know, right? There's no regret. I don't think so. Especially if you think a lot about purpose. I think we're people who think a lot about purpose and what to do and stuff like this. So I'm confident that we're gonna make good decisions. And yeah, I'm just saying, till the end.
So young, bro. So young and idealistic. It's okay. One day you'll grow up.
Grow up
10
from what?
years have gone behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. And you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking.
So what would you say are your biggest regrets in life? If you have any, and if you want to share.
Signing on the club. Signing on the clubhouse, maybe that's one of them.
Yeah, that is one of my biggest regrets.
Everybody hates clubhouse.
Yeah, that would be one of my biggest regrets. However, that'll come to an end. At least it's realized. But other than that, just how I think No, I don't have any other. Maybe I do. Just draft decision making, things like that. But that is not because of.
But your overall
think
purpose.
Truth exists. Yeah, I used to think truth exists in only one form, under one banner, with one name. And it used to give things identity. That wasted a lot of my time.
That's actually a good topic. It's a good topic. Huh? What's your question?
I used to think it should look one certain way, right? That it competes. That truth actually competes with falsehood. Truth never competes with anything. It's not in the nature of truth to feel lack. Competition is a sense of lack. It could be dedicated to one thing, right? There's glory in that. There's like trust in that.
Narcissus, you're so good at saying nothing.
Because it is all nothing.
No, it's because you're just like, I don't know. I worry about you, like the amount of time you spend on this app talking. It's worrisome.
I'm just expressing my thoughts.
Right. Are you prepared though to receive the final revelation?
Wow, that's a good question.
What is that?
It's the tarot. I'm going to read your 4 tarot cards.
Go ahead.
Oh, come on. I'm sure when he said the final revelation, we all had something in mind. It was like, this is it, man.
Okay, you are the star. Repeat after me. All your dreams are coming true.
All my dreams.
Creativity. Opportunities. Renewal. Hope. Faith. Aquarius. Air. Air. Yes. Do you have faith in the fulfilling of your dreams?
Yes.
Disappointment.
But tarot comes from the Bible.
Disbelief. Faithlessness. And insecurity. Number 17, the star.
I mean, that's why, there's like the lovers are supposed to be Adam and Eve, and then you got the devil card, and that's also Adam and Eve. There's literally the words of Torah are on the Wheel of Fortune.
Let your inner voice guide you. Intuition, divine truth, emotional stability. What is your inner voice telling you? Know and understand your deeper values and beliefs. What do you believe about the world?
How are you reading cards? You're asking me questions.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
What do you want to express?
Myself.
fall in love with your creativity. You,
Oh, this is I want to read it. It's another Taro girl. I like how my
okay, pick a number 1 through 100.
33.
Okay.
Yo, no freaking way. I swear that was the number I picked.
Okay, this is number 33. A good warrior is not bellicose. A good fighter does not anger. A good clubhouse conqueror does not contest his enemy on stage. One who is good at using others on Clubhouse puts himself below them. This is called integrity without competition. This is called using others. This is called parity with heaven, the pinnacle of the ancients.
Stop. You know it. She's sensitive.
Oh, I forgot.
I love the sound.
I forgot.
I'm gonna be 17.
Okay, 17 from the Tao Te Ching. What is firmly established cannot be uprooted. What is tightly embraced cannot slip away. Thus, sacrificial offerings made by sons and grandsons will never end. Cultivated in the person, integrity is true. Cultivated in the family, integrity is ample. Cultivated in the village, integrity lasts long. Cultivated in the state, integrity is abundant. Cultivated everywhere under heaven, integrity is vast. Observe other persons through your own person. Observe other families through your own family. Observe other villages through your own village. Observe other states through your own state. Observe all under heaven through all under heaven. How do I know the nature of all under heaven? Through this.
That was great.
Yeah, I like those little intermissions.
I like the harmonica.
I think John should learn to play the mouth harp.
I've got that. I got it. This little ditty is called Cora is the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on.
Point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order, moderator,
Daniel, did you make an AI of me?
I have to see a picture of you.
I sent you a picture. Yeah, I sent it.
Let me look. Hold on.
Can you take away my acne? I just moved to Dallas and my acne is really bad now.
What you need is more sunlight and, microdermabrasion, take some hot baths, use a moisturizer, stop with all the alcohol chemicals. The key is sunlight. You got to get about 25 minutes of direct, intense sunlight. right at about 4:20.
Crazy. No, well, my skin was really nice because I'm from Albuquerque and it's super dry there. And then I just moved to Dallas and the humidity is like 100%. So my skin is freaking out and I'm producing, too much oil for what the climate is. But I mean, it's fine. I'll deal with it.
Dude, you look super cute in that picture. All right, I'll do one. You want to? Oh, hold on. Let me just do one. I'll see.
Yeah, send me one. I want to make just one. No, I seen it. Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna make a funny one? Please make a funny one.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a good one. I put you and Daniel in one. Let's see here.
I kind of want to twin with you guys too. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little left out.
Is anyone talking?
I talk to the wind, but she doesn't answer.
think I need to become a vegetarian for like maybe 3 months. Yeah, I'm gonna try this.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. It's just you need to try it so then you understand it better, and then you take a decision.
That's kind of relatable.
Sorry, become a what?
A vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
Yeah, that's very good. Really good.
But you know, as of now, it's just what's the arguments? You know, I've seen that it's probably more healthy, but I'm not sure about it. I'll have to see. Like, I'll have to try it for myself and see.
Reducing animal suffering?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen.
Also, it's like easier on the stomach.
Exactly. But you know, if you become a vegetarian and then you still eat like junk food and stuff like this, it's not good either.
Yeah, look into like an Ayurvedic vegetarian diet. That's really good.
You know what's actually what's more important?
I'll put how you spell it in the chat.
What's more important, being a vegetarian or actually having food to eat?
Well, if you're in a if you're living in a place where you don't have food, you're just gonna take the priority straight up. Like this is why Eid is useful in many ways because you share food, you share a lot of meat with people who usually don't eat like big portions. So.
My God, Poor Things is going to be on Netflix June 7th, so I'm going to probably spend, the next 3 months just watching Poor Things on repeat. Ugh.
Think about it. You're comparing one day in a year, right? I mean, to like the whole year. See how funny the argument is?
Yeah, well,
Coming from bias, you understand?
Yeah, I see.
You know
It's
what
not
the Sikhs
just like
do?
one day.
The Sikhs supply food every single day.
Yeah, the same thing we do. Usually it's every Friday, right? So every Friday, you should, take food and take it to the mosque. That's how it is,
The
right?
Sikhs supply food for humanity, not themselves. Anyone can walk in and take.
That's actually better. It's a better approach. Well, you could say that the Catholic Church does also a great portion when it comes to humanity works, and you could say also a lot of Islamic organizations do it as much, right?
Islamic organizations work only for Muslims. Mostly Christian organizations work only for Christians. And Jewish organizations.
No, that's not true.
Favoritize. Yes, that is very true.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Maybe
You're
some.
kidding me?
No, so
All of
maybe.
it is to make tribe more powerful. Make tribe increase. Make tribe prominent.
Yeah, so I would argue Sikhs do the same thing for their own. Like,
They don't. They don't. Why are you believing me? It is not that we should do it for everyone.
So I agree with you. Like I'm saying, there might be organizations that do it for a broader target audience, let's say. But it's just like that's something to work on. But still, you wouldn't make what they do as something evil when they're helping somebody in their own community. It's also good. It's not.
It's only
bad.
help to the community. That's the problem. That is the problem.
You say that all the time. That is the problem.
That is the problem.
And you repeat yourself on this app 1,000 times a week.
That is the problem.
That is
That is the problem.
Let's be honest. Reading a book here is important.
That is the problem. That is the problem.
everybody is criticizing Marcus. Like, Marcus, you're getting it. I've heard in every room someone has something to say about you.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
She's a polarizing figure.
She's not polarizing.
Was that Alex's turn?
Alistair, yeah.
Yeah, he's just jealous because he's not a polarizing figure.
I just want to quote Marcus Aurelius and say, the spherical form of the soul maintains its figure. So when it says that the truth that is in itself, don't you and I have automatic truth?
I want to read his John Kitover's fortune so bad right now. He's really pushing me.
Well, you're the one with acne. Someone's got anxiety.
My God, why did you tell him? He uses it against you. All right. Time to move, achieve.
I think Eid al-Adha moves the economy, even the stocks.
Well, Rabbanu Shalom, the hermit,
Moderator, point of order.
the hermit.
I love this angel, but I'll do a couple more to see. I think he would be good as a vampire too.
That's so cool. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, vampire, whatever, I'm down with it. It's dope.
Angel, how do you feel about your inner world?
Wow. Moderator.
It's getting better. It's getting better. It was a little chaotic.
Do you believe that all the answers to life lie within you?
Yeah, that's somewhat my
Hell no.
Hello, Christina, dear. No.
What beliefs keep you in a cage?
I don't feel like body is a cage.
Thinking there is a cage in the first place.
Right?
How can I celebrate the love in my life?
Give, and you shall receive.
Cry on your pillow every night.
How can you accept your sadness and let it go?
Crying in a pillow every night.
What is waiting for you in your freedom?
A pillow waiting for me and cry in it every night.
Virtue.
What is right in front of you that you might not be able... Ooh, there was a car accident outside. Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
I'll be back.
What is this room? I'm confused. It's just a guy asking us random questions or something?
We compare ideologies and ideas and have conversations.
I like that.
Rai was enjoying this. He had some good questions. I'm still trying to figure out the sadness part.
Which sadness part? Which question?
I think he said something like...
Sometimes you gotta be sad, bro. Sometimes you just gotta let it out.
Yeah. Sadness. I don't know. It was a good question. I think the question was like, why should you carry sadness in your life? It resembled something like this. So.
I don't know about why. It's definitely part of life. Right?
Yeah, it is. No, it's like undeniably it exists. It's there. There's a verse in the Quran that answers this question. It's a rhetorical question. Do you think you will achieve paradise? What was the verse again saying? Do you think you will achieve paradise without being tested as the ones before you? So it actually sets the settings. Like there's a test, right? So there's a certain test. So you have options: sadness and happiness, suffering and peace, right? So I don't know. So maybe that could be an answer.
Have you ever wondered why, like a necessary being, the ultimate reality, the most powerful of all that there can be, right, would want to test you? Like, how petty is that? Have you ever thought of it? That's good.
Well, that's because there's a certain context. The context is that in the beginning, it was not like that. But then you set up yourself in a certain position. So that's the context.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we're all born, for example, I'm going to take this example. We're all born on this earth free. Oh, I have to do something real quick.
Oh my god, this is like being edged in conversation. 1 minute there's a fucking car accident, now he's gotta leave. What the hell?
Yeah, 3 hot chicks just banged into some guy's car, and now they're all sitting outside the car in their underpants. It's like the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Wait, what?
There are 3 hot chicks that just crashed a car, and they're all in their underpants. It's a miracle.
Bro, that's your sign. Go ahead. Go help.
It's true. Should I just put on a rubber right now and run out there and be like, I'm ready?
Put on your best outfit.
I'm ready.
Is on the other way, on the other side of the road, and you just don't know it yet. Anyways, what was the point? We were discussing something.
Oh, yeah. All communication is hypnosis, and hypnosis creates amnesia, and so you can't remember what you were talking about.
No, I do remember, actually. So we were talking about, I was about to give an example, right? So the parable was this. We are born in this world, and we are free, right? Now, some people, for example, they could do something bad. Like they could just go out and whatever, just murder someone. And, eventually he's going to end up in a reality where he's in prison. And boom, he's going to suffer there. So I think that's just a small parable to explain, I guess, the bigger picture. We're here for a specific reason. There's a context. It was not like this in the beginning, right? So I think that's what the Quran is saying.
Yeah, nonsense. Can you elaborate on that?
How is it nonsense?
Answer my question. Why do we need a test when we didn't choose the test? We are being tested, as you said, right? Why are we being tested for what?
Well,
why am I creating something to test its limits?
So the verse was addressing people here on earth, right? So yes, here on earth, we have a lot of tests, but apparently, from the Quranic lens, when we were in paradise, it was all good, everything was fine. But then you chose to eat a fruit in order to learn evil, and even in order to eat the fruit to know what evil is.
You think this is a literal story? Right?
You had to.
Obviously, you think this is a literal story, right?
No. I'm gonna take it from a literal and a non-literal perspective. I'm gonna take it from all angles. All right. So when we decided, in a sense, to eat the fruit and to know what evil is, we went against the command of God, and that's when the reality had to change.
I don't know. The fruit is evil. Why are you giving attribute to the fruit? All
because
are for
it's the
destruction,
knowledge
not
of
evil.
good and evil, according to
Who said that?
according to the Bible. That's the biblical
You take from
narrative.
the Bible now?
Yeah, why not? Or
Because your Quran is lacking?
no, it's not lacking in any sense. You know,
Maybe you can explain it from the Quran itself, right? Keep to one paradigm so that you can stay true to one, and then you can move to another.
This is a room called comparative religions. I can bring up insights from all around. So you're the perennialist. You're supposed to even like what I'm doing. But anyways, so yeah, the point was this, right? You learned evil. You went against,
But I also learned
a
good.
certain command.
But I also learned good. So to
No,
be
but
punished for learning both
good
good
was
and
all
evil.
you knew. Good was all you knew, according to the narrative. That's the point. So in order for you to, like, once someone enters sins, that's when he sees the difference, in a sense. He sees the difference between the two states of, being good, being, whatever.
Yeah, but God knew that Adam would do that, right? It wasn't his knowledge.
Well, you can say
The whole
this.
thing was plotted by God.
No, it's not. It's not a question of plot. It's not a question of plot.
Design. The whole thing was designed by God. It had to happen.
Reality
It had
is
to be so.
complete. Reality is complete, right? So, but in a sense, we chose. We chose that faith for humanity. The Quran says
it was designed for us to choose. The whole thing is known by God, right? Therefore, whether it is in his knowledge or in his act, because he is source, that the whole story was also maneuvered by God.
Well, as I said, God.
Let's just say God is not all knowledgeable.
No. So what I said is God made the heavens and the earth complete already. You choose where you want to go, in a sense, right? This is even why there's this concept in the Quran about as-sabiqun, the ones who are, in advance. They're literally in paradise before others. Now, how does that even apply if the concepts that are described are true, right? There might be people in paradise right now. God knows best. Like, that's the point. I'm trying to say, like, the purgatory and all these concepts, right? What does it mean, someone passing time in hell for whatever X amount of time, and other people not even having to, go through this process at all? So there's so many variables to take in consideration, right? So, yeah, maybe some people are living right now the story of Adam pre the fall. Have you thought about this one?
Like, have you ever once thought in your life, without giving reference from a scripture, right? Any scripture. Have you ever once reasoned out with the power of your own mind?
Of course, I do this all the time. But
so
again,
why do you reference back to something else, which is a metric, right? Your mind is the metric. Just use pure reason, because that also is like open for all, right? Like anyone can. There's someone who doesn't take from scripture.
I take in consideration you're aware with the materials. So if you're aware of the materials, what I'm saying is actually it's not something foreign. Like, you could relate to it, right? But how could we, I could discuss about these things outside of scripture, but we have to do it once and for all. I love to do both. That's how I usually operate.
Yeah, but I'm also aware that it's just storytelling, right? I'm like, I don't see, it doesn't hold like ontological truth to it. It's so the truth is in its moral.
Okay, if I could do it from this approach, right? So you could have, there's a characters on Clubhouse are starting to sound the same to me. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so what I'm trying to say is this, right? the goal is to be in a reality that is peaceful, and you can describe it as you want, right? What is the ideal reality for you? Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, so it's not for me. I don't do for me things. Like I try to, so existence is
That's why you don't read books.
existence itself is the reality, right?
You don't do anything for yourself.
It's the only thing I can like say very clearly that exists. Is that things exist.
All your efforts are coming to fruition.
Yeah, again, that's the thing. Like, we could start this talk again about this, like, as if you position yourself from an atheistic perspective or really a skeptic perspective, but like in the back of my mind, I keep along all the discussions we had, previously, and I'm trying to say like, okay, she's consistent with this idea, so I could, say this, or she's consistent with this idea, so now she understands this point. Okay,
Wow.
I'm going to speak about this.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of keeping track. The point is you don't need to do that, because when you do that, you're basically acting like an algorithm. And the truth is you're not an algorithm, and this app is a huge waste of time. So, when you compare all the conversations, and then we were to take all the intelligence from all the conversations and compare that to just a couple good books, it's like 1/1,000,000th of what's in the book. So how do we get around that type of information transfer problem? There's just not enough time to actually transfer all the information through a conference call app. So this app is purely entertainment for our words on a short bus. And I'm driving a short bus to the cliff, and I'm out of the bus and I'm pushing it over the cliff because I was happier before I heard about this conference call app. And I'm not saying I'm not happier than I was then. I'm just saying that eventually you're going to realize that this app is our word.
Yeah, I mean, you could, I think different people look at things differently. I would say on my end, it's just there's some insights of the day that might be useful to use in the future, and you could link this up with other ideas you've already took notes of, right? And you could add up something to it, and then so that's how I see this, having discussions with people is to test ideas. Yeah.
Why do you direct so much of your effort and attention towards, altering or influencing others and not focus inward?
I do focus inward most of my time, actually. So I would say 98% of the time I'm alone. I'm literally just working on stuff, I'm doing, alone. Yes, I do work with people, but mostly I'm not interacting with people. So, yeah. Sometimes I even speak and my voice don't come out because I stayed silent for too long. So, depends. What about you?
What about me?
Do you focus more inward or outward?
I don't think there's a difference in my case.
So it's balanced, half-half.
Well, I just want to quote Marcus Aurelius.
That which is outside of me.
When Marcus said, "What is thy art? To be good. And how is this accomplished well except by general principles, some about the nature of the universe, and others about the proper constitution of man?" Hello? Hello?
Be very faint, John. I think the underpants girls have hijacked your signal.
Yo, what happened with the accident? Are they still outside?
How do you know it's an accident?
I don't know, he said it.
It's a crash.
Oh, okay, yeah, in French we say accident, so maybe it's the mistranslation.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, baguette.
The argument for the natural origins of the Quran does not rest upon crude reductionism or 19th century polemics, but upon the cumulative force of literary, historical, and philosophical evidence. Gabriel Saeed Reynolds' work demonstrates that the Quran is intelligible not as an isolated eruption from heaven, but as a text immersed in a late antique religious world, a world saturated with biblical traditions, apocrypha, homiletic rhetoric, sectarian disputes, and Jewish-Christian exegetical culture. The Quran repeatedly repurposes audience familiarity with biblical narratives, yet it rarely narrates them in full. Instead, it alludes, compresses, revises, reorients inherited traditions for sermonic and theological purposes. This is precisely what one expects from a human text emerging within an already existing religious ecosystem. Reynolds forcefully challenges the traditional Islamic assumption that the Quran can only be understood through later Muslim biographies and commentaries about Muhammad. He notes that even scholars who accepted the traditional framework continually admitted profound uncertainty regarding the text's obscure vocabulary, chronology, and references. The implication is devastating. If the classical exegetical tradition truly preserved transparent historical memory of revelation, the Quran should not remain so opaque. Instead, its opacity dissolves when read against earlier Jewish and Christian literature. The Quran behaves not like a self-contained divine monologue, but like a participant in an ongoing interreligious conversation already centuries old. Particularly significant is Reynolds' observation that the Quran operates through allusion rather than exposition. This literary strategy repurposes a culturally literate audience already acquainted with biblical motifs. The text constantly gestures outward toward pre-existing traditions, Adamic lore, Abrahamic legends, Aryan narratives, Syriac Christian homilies, eschatological motifs, and post-biblical Jewish expansions of scripture. Such dependence is historically inevitable within the religious rural environment of late antiquity. It is far less explicable under the theory of a perceived transcendent revelation descending independently of all prior textual traditions. Moreover, the Quran's deviations from biblical narratives often mirror precisely the kinds of transformations found in oral preaching, liturgical adaptation, and sectarian storytelling. Reynolds emphasizes that the Quran resembles homiletic discourse more than systematic revelation.
This rhetoric is exhortative, elliptical, emotionally charged, and deeply intertextual. The text does not introduce radically new theological architecture. Rather, it reorganizes and reframes existing monotheistic materials into a new average religious proclamation. This is a hallmark of historical religious development, not evidence of supernatural discontinuity. I can go on and on, but I think that I think it's fairly clear that the Quran has later biographies or the Sierra literature, the prophetic biography of the Prophet or the Hadith corpus, do not reflect the true history of the origins of the Quran. And the Quran makes far more sense when understood in the context of late antique Arabia. But it should be obvious to you and me that I fail to see that you have a problem.
I have a problem with this actually. So it's because when we're talking about origin, we're gonna give it a different perspective. You're looking at it from the lens of like a historian, which I understand how historians would think, and that's how they think, right? Corpus or a book that was written in a certain period of time was influenced by the time, right? So, but that's not the claim we make, right? The claim we make is that God, who is all-knowing, he is also interacting with the informations available to man, right? So that includes the biblical scriptures. That includes any other information he deems relevant to transmit. So I don't see a contradiction. That's the point.
The broader scholarly trajectory Reynolds surveys further intensifies the argument. From Geiger to Noldeck to Wansborough, critical scholarship repeatedly discovered that the Quran is inseparable from Jewish and Christian antecedents. While scholars differed over particulars, whether the influences were Syriac, Jewish, Christian, Nestorian, or otherwise, the central conclusion persisted. The Quran emerged from a matrix of late antique monotheistic tradition. The disagreements concern the channels of transmission, not the existence of transmission itself. In the end, the naturalistic explanation possesses immense explanatory power. It accounts for the Quran's linguistic borrowings, its reliance on extra-biblical lore, its sermonic structure, its engagement with theological controversies of late antiquity, and its dependence upon audiences already familiar with biblical material. Supernatural origin, by contrast, explains none of these phenomena independently.
Mazel tov!
It classifies them as mysterious features of revelation. The historical critical method requires no such metaphysical leap. The Quran appears in Reynolds' analysis not as an isolated heavenly artifact, but as one of the late great scriptural productions of the late antique Near East. Brilliant, rhetorically powerful, religiously transformative, and profoundly human. That's the Quran as I see it. I'm not saying that you should see it that way, but I just wanted to share that's what I think the Quran is. And I think that it's beautiful for me, try and be as honest as I can with the text and even explore the idea that it was revealed to the prophet verbatim. So to explore the idea that this is what I confess as being what I believe about the text. And I believe that my argument is going to be far superior to yours. I mean,
what's my argument?
That the Quran verbatim was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad over a period of 23 years, either through the angel Gabriel, directly from God, or through some visions.
We have a smart here. And yeah, that's the position I hold. So
villages to your own village.
The point is this, right?
Serve other states.
Do you think the Quran is the result of, how can I say this? The result of interactions with previous scriptures compiled by the hands of men manually into like a corpus? That's your position, right?
Well, my position is that the Quran is a collection of oral transmission, of oral traditions that were then later put onto paper.
Okay, because let's make a distinction. I also believe this. I believe the Quran, which is primarily a recitation, an oral recitation, was put on paper. But my question is more like, do you think it's the invention of man as, people discussing how we could like compile texts and write them and think about the words? Or do you think like you'll have to expand on your position more precisely?
Someone like you,
Well, my position broadly, the Quran makes more sense through the lens critical history as opposed to being the product of some eruption from the heavens
already dead. To feel alive with seek sensation,
doesn't
any
just appear
sensation
in
will wash away the cranky black sorrow.
at some moment in time, the divine and
Each time we get bored, till too much is never enough.
is assembled over time
Already dead. We'll
by men, by oral tradition, and then it shows all the features of a book that was transmitted and compiled by men. First of all, one clue is that the Quran deals with the intersectarian conflicts and controversies of late antiquity. It's just even the argumentation and what the Quran focuses on.
People don't like to mention that, but they did catch it as a universality,
but it is a polemic. It is a critique. It addresses the concern of a 7th century religious environment. It doesn't speak broadly of the human experience, but it's perfectly placed within the 7th century on many levels.
So now what's like, okay, you're reading this, so is your main point like that your point is more provable than, let's say, the Islamic position? That's your claim, or what's your claim exactly?
Well, there are many Islamic positions. So like the idea is going to be, it was a critique of your position. So for example, you hold to that the Quran was revealed verbatim to the Prophet.
To the Prophet, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I say
it's tied also, just to make the position clear, it's tied also to eyewitnesses who were present during this time, and they're also documented. So it's not just a theory that emerges, years later. If you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't. I think the naturalistic explanation is forceful. And as I said, I mean, I don't think that you should be compelled by what I think the Quran is. I just thought I think that you should be like, I'm just expressing to you the beauty that I think has been in my sort of my investigation. Like, hey, what is the Quran? And so these are the conclusions that I've come to the best of my abilities.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. Well, it's a fair position. Like, I'm not gonna. I disagree, but I wouldn't like if your claim is to come to me and say my position is superior than yours. Then I think that would be a good decision, a good conversation, right? But if your goal is simply to say this is my position so far, and you want to highlight certain truth you gathered along the way and you want to share them, well, that's great. I would be I would love to see what findings you have. So yeah. But I do think the position I hold is superior.
Is it your opinion that your position is superior, or is it a fact that your position is superior?
I would prefer for you guys to judge. I'm not going to judge for you. So, because I think that a lot of things I say concerning this topic are facts, but again, I'm not here to convince you. It's up to you to judge whether what I say is a fact.
Well, I have just found that there really are no facts. There's only opinions. And most people can't tell you what a fact is. And so the point is, there are aphorisms and axioms which you could say are pretty irrefutable, and those are rather factual. But most people's opinions on this app are just opinions. They don't cross over into the realm of what we might consider facts.
The supernatural claim collapses under the sheer weight of the Quran's dependence on prior Jewish and Christian tradition. As Gabriel Said Reynolds demonstrates, the Quran does not present itself as an isolated revelation descending into a vacuum. It constantly repurposes an audience already immersed in biblical lore, apocrypha, sermons, and late antique theological disputes. The text alludes rather than explains, because it is drawing from a shared religious culture, not unveiling radically new heavenly knowledge. The traditional Islamic claim that the Quran can only be understood through later biographies of Muhammad is historically disastrous. Reynolds notes that even scholars relying on these traditions continually admitted confusion over the Quran's obscure vocabulary, chronology, and references. Yet when the Quran is read against Syriac Christianity, Jewish legend, biblical exegesis, and homiletic literature, its meaning suddenly becomes intelligible. That is not what one expects from a timeless, miraculous revelation. It is exactly what one expects from a human text emerging within the religious world of late antiquity. The Quran does not stand above history. It is saturated by it. Its stories of Mary, Abraham, Adam, Satan, and the cave sleepers are not pristine divine disclosures, but reworked versions of traditions already circulating for centuries. Its rhetoric resembles preaching and liturgy more than transcendent dictation. Its cumulative evidence points not to heaven breaking into history, but to history producing scripture. The supernatural explanation explains nothing. The historical explanation explains everything. And this is what the thinking man, this is what someone that truly wishes to know what the Quran is, comes to the conclusion of. And someone that wants to hold to blind tradition is the position that you come to, I mean, which is why my position is superior to yours, because it is more cold. My position is extraordinarily without emotion. It's just devoid of it. It is a clinical look at the Quran. It's like just a numb. It would be like an android would be just repeating to you what I'm saying. What yours is a deeply emotional connection.
No, actually, no.
Stop, let me finish. What yours is a deeply, deeply emotional connection to a tradition which is part of your identity. And to change your to change your opinion on something that is on its very face false. This view that the Quran is the verbatim word of God would mean for you to change your identity, and this frightens you. So my position comes from a place of pure objectivity, while yours comes from a place of deep, deep insecurity and identity, and that's why my position is superior to yours.
No, so actually the thing is this, is that we have two independent traditions that are living traditions that are going back to this specific era of time in history, which is the 7th century. So we come with a certain background where we know the people who were around the time. We documented who they were. We know their lives. We have received whatever things they have performed. So we use materials that are connected to this timeline. Whereas you pop into the 21st century and you make up a thesis. It's good. You could make it up like as whatever you want, but you're an outsider. You're not even connected to this tradition, right? Because you're not even willing to use the traditions. You don't even consider the traditions. So I would say our position is actually way superior than yours. We have the documents, we have the testimonies, we use a harsh method when it comes to filtering information, right? Not saying it's all perfect, but I'm saying we're much more advanced when it comes to that connection between the 7th century and our time than you are. And just based on that, it's a superior claim.
Well, let me just tell you the book that I'm reading from. I can give you the PDF. And by the way, it's like this is one of this text I'm reading from, and have take these. Some of them are my notes as well. Is one of the greatest works on this subject of the Quran in Western literature. Period. I can give you the PDF, but I doubt you'll read it or.
Yeah, sure. You could pin it here in the. If you want, you can pin it here in the discussion.
Yeah.
I took notes of the guy's name. You said Gabriel Reynolds, right?
Gabriel Said Reynolds. And, forgive me, book is...
Said. He's, is he Arab? Is he an Arab?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Oh, I know this guy.
So the Quran and its biblical subtext by Gabriel Said Reynolds. Rutledge Studies in the Quran.
That's a really interesting name. Yeah, I've seen some of his clips on YouTube.
Yeah, it's hilarious. The book challenges the dominant scholarly notion that the Quran must be interpreted through the medieval commentaries shaped by the biography of the Prophet Muhammad, proposing instead that the text is best read in light of Christian and Jewish scripture. So, I mean...
I would say he does...
It is, the book is devastating to the empty assertion that the Prophet Muhammad received divine revelation verbatim from the Word of God. So he's saying that when we look at the Quran, it's opaque. It's the ambiguity within the Quran and its reliance on other traditions is a problem. It's a problem. The Quran is not clear. It requires commentary. It requires a hadith and corpus. It requires a tafsir. It requires you to look at other texts.
Reality. Yeah, that's the point, actually.
That's a problem.
Investigation. That's how discovery is related, actually.
That's a problem.
You don't like this one. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, I'll explain to you why it's a problem.
God says, look at the sun, and then, we do a scientific discovery, and, we advance in science. Or he says, look at the stars, and then,
for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Massive.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here.
This book on John Locke
In
is
the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure.
These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
I would just say this for the religion here. I think also that's so See, God hates the sunset in Arizona. I think that's the piece compared to the sun.
Implying its audience already knew Jewish and Christian traditions. 2. Many Quranic narratives parallel not only the Bible itself, but extra-biblical Jewish and Christian apocrypha circulating in antiquity. 3. The Quran's literary style is highly elusive and sermonic, resembling late antique homiletic preaching rather than direct historical narration. 4. Medieval Muslim commentators often invented stories to explain obscure Quranic passages, indicating the text was already difficult to understand even within early Islam. 5. Reynolds argues that the Quran becomes clearer when interpreted through biblical literature rather than through late Islamic biography. 6. The Quran presupposes familiarity with Syriac Christian, Jewish exegetical, and apocryphal traditions widespread in the Near East. 7. Critical scholars repeatedly found that Quranic material reflects existing late antique religious debates and theological controversies. 7. The Quran frequently retells older traditions in abbreviated or altered form, consistent with oral religious transmission and preaching. 9. Classical tafsir often derives Muhammad's biography from the Quran itself, meaning the biography cannot reliably explain the text historically.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abracadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abracadabra.
And other Near Eastern religious vocabulary.
Giving the sign at each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign.
Not occasional or accidental.
The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
The adoration.
We say it's a revelation revealed, and we have preserved it, and these are informations of men we have, right? Not of men, but like that men can access. These informations are revealed in a language that we use, right? So what's your point? I don't see a contradiction with my claim. Explain yourself.
See, Adamiel, I hate to break the bad news to you, but this is where you should have been taking notes, and you shouldn't say your response, Adamiel, unfortunately, is insufficient and shows a lack of communication intelligence on your own behalf. you really need to take notes. I'll say it again. You need to take notes about what Daniel said and then address it point by point by point by point by point by point.
Going on ChatGPT and searching for 12, a list of 12 things Reynolds said, and then just reading them to me is not enough, man. Like, there's a core claim. I'm gonna think this first principle.
No, you can't do that. ChatGPT.
Revelation.
That book is
what it entails. Language. What does it entail? Revealed in the words of man. You coming to me and bringing me, for example, one argument, even one, that says it has Syriac loan words, therefore it's not a revelation of God. I see this, I'm like, bro, stupid. How? Foolish. How? Doesn't make sense. So you're gonna have to prove more. You're gonna have to give me a better argument. That's my claim.
Are you saying it's wrong because it doesn't make sense to you? Regal, let me just say one thing, Regal, real quick. First of all, I mean, you understand that I'm operating behind a paywall, meaning that I had to buy the book. Okay? So you don't have to fucking buy it. I can read it to you. And instead of just spitting at me or hissing at me, you could say, wow, thanks, man. You know, that's probably $100 academic text. It's one of the most, maybe you didn't even realize it's the most prominent academic, critical, historical texts on the subject. Maybe you didn't know that. Maybe you didn't want to buy the book. Maybe I just gave you some idea of what the book's about, right? But all of this charity, all that I've done, you respond with and accuse me of a lie. That I went on.
I don't accuse you of a lie.
Then I went on the ChatGPT. Stop. Then I went on the ChatGPT. I asked it to generate 12 or give me some bullet points. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, so it appears as something like this, right? But anyways, I'm just going to say this.
So ChatGPT can use an academic copyrighted book?
Well, you could literally take a document and put it in the chat and, generate whatever you want. I do summaries of books, entire books. I do this all the time, right? So the point is not this, right? I'm not saying here, thank you for your charity. Thank you. It's really good information. What I'm saying is this. You come and you try to disprove something. You try to prove a point, actually, right? Now, in order for you to do this, you're going to list whatever arguments you have. If I hear even just one argument out of the 12 things you've listed that does not make sense, I'm going to point it out to you.
But bro, you're really not saying.
That's how I do this.
Did he not say that he critiques books which is like subjective?
Yeah.
And then try to use that as an argument against somebody who has a subjective view.
Well, great. In the bookstore, there actually is an aisle called critical analysis or critical, critique or whatever it is. But it's books about books.
He's not taking an objective. There's no objectivity to the view that he's going to interpret from a book. So he's not speaking in some sense of I know better than you.
Well,
speaking in the sense that he interpreted.
I just look at this.
Subjectively, no more than the person that he's arguing.
We got it. But what I'm saying is, as somebody who's not a mod and is on stage, if I was a debate coach, Daniel just fucking mopped the floor with Adamiel's head. And Adamiel's, I think, honestly, recovering from having his head stuck in a bucket and used as a mop. Oh, no. You never addressed even one thing he said. You never addressed even one thing he said. You didn't respond specifically about one thing, sir. Not one thing. Good job, Daniel. Good job. Can somebody bring the fans in to finish drying the floor? Can somebody get the fans from the closet to finish drying the floor? Thank you.
Okay, so my precise point was this. I'm not going to answer to 12 points you're going to throw at me in the face, all right? What I'm going to do, though, is take the last argument you mentioned, right, and try to see what's the connection with the initial argument, which is to prove you're here trying to prove that the Quran is not a revelation from God. So remember that place.
I don't see the connection there with your last argument and the initial claim. Therefore, you don't stand a ground. I'm gonna dismiss everything. Yes, go do your research and come back, sir.
I have poor listening comprehension.
Document and put it in the chat and generate whatever you want. I do summaries of books, entire books. I do this all the time, right? So the point is not this, right? I'm not saying here, thank you for your okay. You want me to do the same thing?
So your feelings won't allow you to listen to what Daniel's telling you.
Observable proclamation. The Quran was revealed aloud in the presence of hundreds of living witnesses over 23 years in Mecca and Medina. Point 2. Real-time scribal documentation by named scribed. The Prophet personally dictated every single verse and these were scribes by name. And then I go and I say to you, okay, Daniel, do something about it. Do something about it. If you don't address my 12 points, you failed. Go ahead. Are you listening? You see how low IQ this is? It's not a smart way to have a discussion.
Referencing the greatest critical historical
I said to you reciting me 12 points off the get-go, and then all the 12 of them, you asked me if I failed to I was stupid. What I'm going to do instead is analyze just one thing you wrote. If I analyze one thing you wrote, and I compare it to the initial claim, Daniel is here because he wants to disprove the Quran is a revelation from God. Well, good job. Let's see if he's able to do so with one of his claims. One of his claims was the Quran has one word from other languages. How does that disprove the Quran is a revelation from God? It actually does. Other Semitic languages or other languages in the Quran. It is perfectly
still didn't even attack the foundation of the theology. And he's using historical analysis. He's using somebody who's actually qualified to have his opinion so he can base his opinion on that. That's a little crazy.
His position cannot be superior to ours because we have a chain that actually goes back toward the 27th century. By name scribed, the Prophet personally dictated every single method. Will you invent the history yourself?
And then you have like the self-soothing, self-reassurance that, well, because my book says this, it must be so. That's all you're doing there, pal.
No, I'm just saying we have a monopole when it comes to history of what happened in the 7th century with real people that existed. Yes, we have a monopole on this. Yes, and you try to disprove this. For you to try to disprove this, you would have to do either self-soothing yourself. You would either come to us and try to disprove our sources, or second, you would have to invent people that never existed. So we have the monopole when it comes to what happened to the 7th century and its history.
No, you don't. You're self-soothing.
Deal closed. Yes.
You're self-soothing.
Provide evidence for your sources. If you're that confident, provide evidence for your sources.
Alhamdulillah.
Bring it forth.
Wallahi!
For sure.
You can make names for me. I said provide evidence for your sources.
Yeah,
I don't want names. I can make up names.
Okay, this is Islamic State Muslim Takeover Hour. Hi, Lino. So I'm in a clubhouse room. I just boomed it. They modded me, and so I decided to be a radical Muslim and boom their room. So the algorithm is updating, and they will be flowing back in shortly, I'm sure, to say, why did you boom the room? And I'll tell them that I boomed it because I converted to Islam. This is the Islamic State Muslim Takeover Hour with your host, Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover, fighting day to day to liberate Chicago from the communist liberal elite LGBTQ Black Democrats. It's just a joke. It's not worded exactly the way I'd like it, but really intellectual elite Democrats, and then throw in whatever adjectives: Black, gay, LGBTQ,
of what happened in this
CRT, BLMDEI, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. Happy Memorial Day to all you beautiful people out there watching this live on YouTube, listening live on Clownhouse, and our good friend Lino on X Spaces, our only listener. I hope you're enjoying the show. Alhamdulillah. Wallahi. Alamak. Hey wallah. Okay, it doesn't look like the former room. Well, we got something new here. We got something new. It's gay version. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow.
What is going on?
Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 bow. Wow 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 wow. Bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow 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 bow. Wow 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 wow. Bow wow. Bow wow wow. Bow wow 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 wow. Hi Nitha. Hey Nitha, can you read me my tarot cards?
Can you say the N-word for us?
Who modded bow? Bow wow. Bow 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 wow. Bow 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 wow. Bow wow. Nitha. Okay, Bow Wow, I want to dedicate this song to you. Wait, you're a patrilineal Jew, right? So you know about JPAMK, right?
Why does that sound familiar?
Jewish Patrilineal Ashkenazic Mishling Kingdom.
Oh, that's right.
In conjunction with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach and the world's most advanced dildo, we have decided to start JPAMK in the northwest side of the Gaza Strip. We've got SodaStream and Kurg already signed up. We're only hiring settlers from the West Bank. Are you still on Hinge or Bumble? Bow wow!
What?
Are you using Hinge?
I am.
So this is what I text girls now. I just write, "Hey, beautiful, I would love to take you to dinner and give you a gift." What's the gift? Then I just send back credit card emoji and shopping bags. Dinner emoji, rose emoji, calendar date emoji, cell phone emoji. What is your number?
Oh my god.
I took this girl out last night who was 19, and we get to the restaurant. She's like, "How old are you again?" I said 43. She goes, "When did you first smoke marijuana?" I said 2006. She says, "Oh my God, that's when I was born." She's like, "I can't go out with you. You got to take me home." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "You're too old for me." I was like, it's in my profile, my fucking age. What the fuck? This is such a waste of time, but okay, great. So I just dropped her back off, and then I went out for the night. It was like no big deal, but still rather, like obnoxious, right? It's like a clubhouse room. It's like you go out on a date. It's like come into a clubhouse room with a chick, and you're gonna spend hours with that person, But if it was a clubhouse room, they would just bounce, and you'd get Irish goodbye quick, and that would be the best way to do it. Are you going out tonight? Because tonight's a beautiful night out. People do go out. Well, nobody's got work tomorrow, so people are going to go out naturally and listen to a little music. Okay, Bow Wow, let me ask you a question. What are you not seeing that is right in front of you? How can you act truthfully today?
By keeping your mouth shut.
What was hidden and is now becoming visible? You only got 10 seconds to respond.
My feet.
How can you celebrate and focus on the blessing in your life?
By listening to you.
What is your calling?
To inspire others.
How have your goals manifested so far?
They haven't.
What emotions are coming to the surface?
Horniness.
How can you open up to love today?
Keeping my asshole puckered up.
What is worth celebrating in your life?
Death.
How can you open up to new ways of life?
You don't.
How can you accept your sadness and let it go?
G, what is your number?
Just be.
What is waiting for you in your freedom?
Got yourself in a fire there, huh? Hey, you gotta get going. Kitover, I know what's coming.
What do you believe about the world?
Nothing.
What small step can you take to begin a new journey on Clubhouse today? What do you want to express?
Are you gonna go out?
I'm going out, yeah. I mean, there was only 20 shootings last night, so those are good numbers.
By black people.
Dude, they jumped the bouncer at the bar that I go to.
Oh wow.
They beat the shit out of him, and they took his cell phone and his wallet.
How about you at the builder?
Are you afraid to ask for help? Can you commit to a group of people?
No, nobody cares about you at this age.
What are you afraid to let go of, Michael Braunstein? What are the lessons you can learn from this time in this room here on Clown House? How can you be more generous with the people around you?
Paranoid wisdom.
How can you work less and gain greater results?
I don't know how to answer that one.
Do you find deeper meaning in your work?
No.
Don't forget to stop and look back at your achievements. The balance of work and play is important for your creativity. Wow, wow. How can you celebrate your work and rewards more?
I don't know.
What have you learned from the journey?
Doesn't matter what you do, you end up in the same place.
It says everything has come to fruition. You master all stages.
Oh.
How can you be generous with yourself and others?
Are you reading tarot cards?
Yeah. These are.
You actually know how to properly read them?
I'm doing it right now, bro. You know how to read a book?
Good question, yeah.
How can you be generous with yourself and others?
Be kinder to yourself, and then eventually that transcends to others.
You are solving issues in a practical way, Michael. How do you approach your dreams?
By just allowing yourself to exist and just live in the here and now, not in the future or the past.
Take a practical approach and you will succeed. Efficiency, hard work, responsibility. What can you focus on that will lead to the fulfillment of your dreams?
Finding a stable job.
Your focus on your dreams will bring you great success.
What if you have no dreams in the first place?
Your areas of focus are ideas, opportunities, employment, and craving for new ventures.
Rugged tell you something?
How can you receive more prosperity in your family?
I don't know if I can. I think I'm good. I don't know how to answer that one.
Focus on your home, your family, and prosperity. Protective, motherly, and generous. In what ways aren't you speaking and acting on your truth yet? Well, I guess we could look at the title of the room. Speak your truth to achieve your goals. Your areas of focus are breakthrough, clarity, sharp mind, and logic. Are you acting according to your intuition?
No.
Listen to your inner voice when you make decisions. Your areas of focus are difficult choices, indecision, and confusion. From what perspective do you choose to see a certain situation?
What is it called? Not analytic, but pessimistic.
You are capable of seeing from all perspectives. Areas of focus: head over heart, discipline, and truth. What are you ready to achieve?
Another relationship.
How can you achieve it best?
By working on myself.
You are strong and ready to take on the world. Be fearless, ambitious, and remove all impulsiveness. But unfortunately, Michael, you are still disorganized, careless, and unpredictable. Are you thinking about all possibilities and consequences?
Yes.
Take time to think before you act. Be curious, remove all restlessness, and gain in mental energy. Uh-oh, Michael. You practice deception, manipulation, and you're all talk. Bow wow! Bow wow! Bow wow 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 wow! Do you have the best in mind for everyone?
Yeah.
You are communicating clear what's best for everyone. Remove all complexity from your life. Be perceptive and be clear-minded. But unfortunately, Michael is cold-hearted, he's cruel, and he's bitter.
I wouldn't say I'm cold-hearted.
Are you trying to trick yourself?
No, I'm just telling you, I think I'm very self-aware.
Watch out for deceit and concealment. You are practicing deception, otherwise known as tequila or trickery. These are your tactics and strategy. Unfortunately,
I'm Muslim. I don't practice tequila, so.
Unfortunately, Michael, you have to come clean in order to get the final revelation and achieve freedom. It seems you are paralyzed, but you can move. Why do you feel trapped or blocked in your actions?
Because I got something going on.
Imprisonment, entrapment, and self-victimization. Michael, you need a new perspective to achieve liberation and freedom. Have you read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe?
Tanya? No, I have not.
Oh my God, you got to read it, bro. Really got to read it. Okay. Why do you worry so much?
Predisposition to anxiety and panic disorder.
What is asking to be looked at and felt?
Love, affection, TLC.
Worrying keeps you up all night and changes nothing. You're living with anxiety, hopelessness, and trauma. Have hope. Reach out for help. Achieve healing. Can you surrender and trust that better times are coming?
No. AI is upon us.
It is finished. for better or for worse. You are feeling failure, defeat, and even backstabbing. But don't worry, Michael. It can't get any worse. Only upward from here. Then you will achieve your inevitable end. Are you holding on to grief and suffering? It's better to live the truth than to live a lie. Are you suffering from heartbreak or grief?
Yeah.
Be perceptive.
You are on the road to recovery, but you must forgive and move on. How can you take some time off to contemplate?
Maybe I'll scare you, like church show off.
Take time away to change perspective. Answers are coming. You need rest and restoration and contemplation. You're stressed and burned out and suffering from restlessness. What are you fighting for without consideration? Sometimes the victory is not worth the cost. Winning at all costs, betrayal, selfishness. Michael, you're suffering from lingering resentment. You must have the desire to forgive. Michael, what are you running away from, and what are you leaving behind?
Time for you to go out.
Be aware of what you take with you when you leave.
Time for you to go out.
Transition, leaving behind, moving on, Michael.
All right. Hopefully you're ready to go out.
You're stuck, Michael. You've got emotional baggage and unresolved issues.
All right. You ready to go out?
How can you take action to realize your dreams, Michael?
All right. Let's go troll another room. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm sorry. Can't just be you and me, John.
Take action on your ideas. Willpower, Michael!
Thank you for the inspiration, John.
Willpower.
Stay safe tonight, all right?
Be safe.
No more nigger naggers.
Stay safe. This black chick in the bar once came up to me. She was like, hello?
You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. That's why I say the times and the generation is different now. It's our responsibility to, like, you know, try to somewhat make this shit safer for our children. We ain't gonna be able to protect them from everything. But I think it's for us who are real parents, I think it's our responsibility to try to protect our children from some of this shit. That's all we can do. And that's all I'm speaking to.
But as long as we have this get money as the answer for, like, even when we say, hey, instead of
That wasn't strange at all, was it? I'm being sarcastic, that's it. Oh my goodness. Did you remove him or he left?
No, he left. I didn't remove anybody.
He's like, oh, where are you from? Know where I'm from.
Winning at all costs.
அப்போ அதை மீறி அவன் வந்தான்னா அந்த ரிஸ்க் அவன் எடுக்கிறான். டென்ஷன்ல கத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறான், ஃபாரம்ல எழுதுறான், ரோட்ல போய் ப்ரொடெஸ்ட் பண்றான், எனக்கு வாழ விடல ஊங்குறான். அப்போ இந்த வேம்பு என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, ஏன் இப்படி கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க, வந்துருங்க யாருன்னு சொல்றாரு. நல்ல அட்வைஸ்.
Yeah, document and put it in the chat. Generate whatever you want. I do summaries of books, entire books. I do this all the time, right? So the point is not this, right? I'm not saying here, thank you for your sharing, thank you, it's really good information. What I'm saying is this, you come and you try to disprove something here, you try to prove a point, actually, right? Now, in order for you to do this, you're going to list whatever arguments you have. If I hear even just one argument out of the 12 things you've listed that does not make sense, I'm not talking just like it looks kind of like it is full on fucking ideology that you guys have.
இல்ல நிறைய பேர் இங்க இருக்கிறவங்க சொல்றான், இந்த ஆள்
You're exceeding. You're excelling. You're feeling great. I just don't know what.
அங்க
car accident.
Today I'm talking about underpaid by 25% essays by R.H. Bliss. Hey everyone, today I want to talk about this book, 25 Zen. Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Bliss. This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of life, liberty, and property.
இந்தியாவில் என்ன அப்படின்னா இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நாள் கழிச்சு டெய்லி 12 மணி நேரம் 15 மணி நேரம் வேலை பார்க்குற மாதிரி கொண்டு வந்துருவாங்க.
வந்துட்டு திருப்பியும் பேக் அடிச்சிட்டாங்க.
ஆமா, அது நீங்க கவர்மெண்ட் நீங்க எல்லா இதுலயுமே அதிகரிக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நீங்க அப்பதான் காம்படிட் பண்ண முடியும். கொடுக்குற அளவுக்கு இருக்காது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு பண்றது இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயம் இந்தியால கிடையாது.
இப்பவும் இருக்குங்க, 12 hours ஒர்க் இருக்கு, ஆனா 8 hours தான் மஸ்ட். மிச்சம் 4 hours
Winning at all costs, betrayal, selfishness.
4 hours ஓவர் ஒர்க் மாதிரி கொடுத்து
Michael, you're suffering from lingering resentment. You must have the desire to forgive. Michael, what are you running away from? And what are you leaving behind?
கொண்டு வர மாதிரி கொண்டு வந்து
ஆப்பிளோட ஐபோன் காட்டி பில்லு கொண்டு வர பார்த்தாங்க.
ஏன்னா அது கம்பெனிஸே டிமாண்ட் பண்ணும். அதாவது என்னன்னா இதை மட்டும் ஒரு டைம்ல நீங்க ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி 8 hours அதே ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி வரல. நீங்க அதனால கம்பெனிஸ் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா டைம் ஒர்க் பண்ணி நீங்க முதல்ல எவ்வளவு ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி கொடுத்தீங்களோ அதை விட இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும் அந்த மாதிரி கேட்குறாங்க. இல்லைன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு மேட்சிங்க்கு பண்ற அளவுக்கு இருந்தாதான் கம்பெனி உங்களுக்கு இந்தியால இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி கொண்டு வராங்க.
வீட்டுல காதலி ஒய்ஃப் எல்லாம் அவங்க ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி கேட்டாங்கன்னா 2 ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி இடிக்குமே. இப்ப என்ன பண்றது?
What I'm talking about right now, because they cannot catch it, I'm gonna tell you that followers but they also have two
ஆல்ரெடி மற்ற ஸ்டேட்ஸ்லாம் இப்போ இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணாங்க. தமிழ்நாடு ஃபாலோ பண்ணிதான்.
Okay, and I can write a book right now that says I have eyewitness testimony. Live reading in my backyard. Does that make it true?
Well, no, but we
I'd like to investigate that testimony. It sounds interesting.
Oh my God, you have no idea. They're feisty.
So James,
I can go on forever about them.
You're claiming that the stories associated with Jesus are true, but the miraculous events are true?
Yes.
All miraculous events are highly improbable. By definition, obviously.
They lack sufficient
empirical evidence to outweigh the possibility of human error or fabrication. Now, this is about the resurrection. The resurrection of Jesus is a miraculous event, would you say?
Yes.
So therefore, the resurrection is a highly improbable event that lacks sufficient empirical evidence that cannot be an historical fact.
Okay. Well, so you have no evidence of that, right?
I just gave an argument against it.
You gave an argument about saying what is your evidence?
So the evidence that I have to the contrary of a human being being dead for for even 1 day plus, for 24 hours, does not return.
It's some sort of doctoral, like,
Here's the thing, is that
We don't know. Serious reports after the death.
what I'm asking, are you presenting evidence or are you presenting a theory, an opinion?
Let's just assume they knew how to check a pulse. Yeah?
Sure, say he's dead. Elvis was dead. I'm serious, he was.
So yeah, so put I actually think you actually need more faith to be an atheist than you do to be a theist.
No, you know what?
Not after Elvis.
So whenever
Into the stage again, where's about a minute?
Wait, when you say you need more faith to be an atheist, that makes faith sound like something bad.
Well, no, I just think like to believe that this world and the construction of this world and relationships people have and the order of DNA and everything put together is so complex and perfectly organized and everything's
not perfect by any means.
But anyway, my point is to believe this came from some random explosion and everything just happened to work out.
Well, now you're on a tangent. So you're going from human fallibility. You're going from human fallibility.
Oh, who moved her down? Yeah, in fairness, James, I agree.
Yeah, I did.
I think that going to God's existence though is a little bit different because they're talking. You could believe God exists and be like a deist and not think that, miracles happen or Jesus rose from the dead. So that might be a slightly different point.
More than slightly.
Converse, why'd you set me down? I was in the middle of it.
What? You know Bob's in here, right? Why you blame me?
So I asked Grok.
Didn't you say you did it?
To establish whether something like that happened.
Well, especially if it's like an interpretation, subjective interpretation of another's interpretation, like over years and years and years. And it's just like holding credence to like one original thought that is, these ideas of miracles, and we're getting down to like some sort of criteria, which we can just spell them.
The story they've been telling, at least
in general, though, like if someone has a miracle claim, like what would be some criteria we would want in terms of the testimony to assess whether or not it's correct?
Yeah.
Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue.
That was a question, though. I'm sorry. I was saying, what kind of criteria would we need to establish that what you would propose?
Got it. We heard that. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue. This is Ein. I asked Grok, give me 3 Bible verses that prove Christianity is good, wise, and intelligent.
Mix it. I can talk to you. Hold on, Abe. Go ahead, mix it.
Yeah. I would want a couple of things. I would want the level of death. I would definitely want that so that everyone could mark the date. I'd want a clear burial, an acknowledgement of death, recognition from the family, not like a faked body or something.
Yeah.
And then I would want, a few days later, some kind of a notable event that then
I would prefer like a large group of people all there from like different communities and families, recognizing and acknowledging the miraculous event, and then preferably some of those being written down contemporaneously from alternative sources. That would be like my ideal.
You just describing the gospel, the Christian situation.
I know that the Christians do.
You look like a gay retarded 13-year-old fat boy. What a clown.
I think those are good criteria, Big Ed. I'll just say, because you started off with talking about like public death and burial, and then it kind of shifted to like miracles in general. Are you talking about specifically for like resurrection, or just like any miracle claims against the death part wouldn't be relevant?
No. Against the claim of someone dying and coming back, I want to witness the death and publicly and have like some records of that. It would need to be notable, because otherwise, why would anyone keep track of a particular death? And then I'd want the later, event with contemporaneous, contrary sources. Saying different perspectives, even arguing against it. I'd love to see like dialogue, and I'd love to see different testimonies.
Right, and then even then, like biblical truths are not written by a specific person. You don't know who it's written by. Like,
well, we know Paul. We know who wrote Paul's letter.
These are some objections. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Like, so, but even then, like, as a whole, you have different testimonies from different people, and who exactly wrote the whole of the Bible. Let's say fucking Abel did it after he died. That would have been miraculous, right? Or
we have no reason to think that.
That would have been fucked.
Yeah, it would be. We have no reason to think that. So, it sounds like the first couple of those are probably fulfilled, right? I'm guessing you would dispute the second part with the enemy testimonies and stuff like that. But you would agree that Jesus had like a very public death and was a prominent figure, right?
I would agree that in the narrative we have that is constructed after his death, there is a placement of him as a big, public, important death. Yes.
Yeah.
I do not say that that's necessarily what happened, because like after the fact, from 12 guys growing a story and then Paul running with it, there's a bit that I would critique. But like, I understand how the Christians see it, and I don't think that it's like unreasonable for them to say, look at all these competing testimonies over this miraculous event with, a notable death, which we would want to prove the coming. I would also say, to be broader, I wasn't being glib about Elvis. That is an actual phenomenon of people witnessing someone after the death, making mistakes, and then reports spreading. That does occur, which is why, I'd really want to review as close to contemporaneous eyewitness testimony as I could.
Yeah, but in fairness with the Elvis death, though, typically it's not people who knew him personally, right? Who report seeing him, so far as I know.
Well, that's the thing. Elvis being a celebrity, he was seen by many, right?
Yeah, but
many people saw him in person regularly.
I'm gonna pin it and stay away. Yeah, and I know I left, and then no one else was around me. Anyways,
Ellie, are you doing squats to work on that tuchus?
I do Pilates and hot yoga and Krav Maga.
But you don't do any squats?
Why are you saying that my ass is saggy and I gotta do squats?
Well, they say that no other exercise produces more of like a physiological response in the human body. Like squats are like the most genetically
I'm really happy with my ass. I mean, I do squats. It's part of my exercise, but I don't really understand your comment.
Oh, well, you got a picture of your flat ass on your PTR, so I just thought I'd bring it up.
I got a fucking shelf.
Woo! Baby got a shelf. 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 Baby got a shelf.
He's rage baiting.
I know.
Baby got a shelf. Well, let me ask you this, Allie. What is holding you back from taking action?
Of what?
Whatever you want to do it now. Action, adventure, fearlessness.
He's like, right, he gets you like pulling, and then like.
It's true. I think you're suffering from anger, impulsivity, and recklessness.
I'm not vibrating shit. I'm tired. I had a long day. Stop it.
Well, take time away to change perspective. Answers are coming.
I don't care.
How can you take some time off to contemplate?
These photos are funny at the end of learning. I found out 12% is Jewish and Israelite. And him with wearing a big fucking Star David. That's funny shit. This book.
Oh, wow.
Wowzers.
America sucks.
This book on John
America.
I just want to dedicate this next song to my friend Bow Wow, aka Michael Bronstein.
Cute. Stuck, yeah. It's been raining and freezing here. It doesn't even feel like Memorial Day weekend. I wore like a heavy leather jacket last night when I went out because it was cold. It was like 49 degrees and raining.
Well, you need to find a handsome shidduch to take you to Oahu to go skinny dipping in the ocean.
Okay. Or your lips to God's ear.
Rabono Shalom.
Oh, I know who this is.
Rabono Shalom?
You know who this is? He records stuff and puts it on YouTube. He's Edmund.
You can do whatever you want to do.
You know, whatever you want to do it now. Action, adventure, fearlessness. They kicked me.
We need to know that, like, I'm saying you could be reasonable, make that effort to say if nine dentists recommend this, although I don't know 100% certainty, it could be some conspiracy, but I think that generally gives me good grounds to believe that the two-spade.
Break down, but that's what seeing on our rooms.
That's okay.
Hello, moderators. I would like to answer the topic in the title of the room.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I don't know what Arminianism is. Can someone explain to me the concept of Arminianism? I don't want to Google it.
If you don't know what
I don't want to Google it because I'm lazy.
So what part do you want to answer? Free will or Arminianism?
The delusion of free will.
Okay.
Well, before we go further into that, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Arminianism, sorry for interjecting, is we've got two positions in Christianity, and they are not salvific issues per se. So the Armenians believe that faith precedes regeneration. So regeneration being born again. So they believe that you have faith first and then you're born again. Calvinists, the opposing view, believes that you have regeneration, as in you're born again by God, and then you have faith. And then the reason why I believe Greg set up, well, I agree with him, the delusion of free will is that most of the times Armenians will argue that they have free will, which usually they don't define the best way, but usually what they are arguing is that they are claiming they have freedom of choice. And their freedom of choice is what it was the condition of them exercising freedom of choice led them to exercise their faith, which was the condition by which God regenerated them. So that would be the argument. Then we Calvinists will oppose that position. So that's just an overview of what the topic would be. Hopefully that helps out.
Okay, so I asked Grok, give me 3 Bible verses that prove Christianity is good, wise, and intelligent. The first response is Proverbs 1:7, fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Oh, they kicked me! Aw. I guess they must have been Arminians after all!
Who the King of England was in 1532 without
Right,
debate.
we have even science that can go back to the 1500s. We have bloodlines that go back to the 1500s.
Uh-oh, here we go with bloodlines. Moderators, put me in the queue because I want to answer your question.
Tell you whether they were a king or not. Like if I'm saying who was the king in 1532 of England, I mean you could.
Can I at least get confirmation that I can be heard? Hello?
Right.
Hello?
Well, even if it's documented, I would have to say like.
It's speculative. They could be lying.
Some sort of bearing. And I think that a lot of Christians hold a lot of bearing on those, right?
It's so stupid.
I wouldn't even hold anything like true bearing on it.
Anything to hear a woman talk.
Like 1500s, but like this goes beyond, way beyond that. So.
I mean, I'm a teacher, so I teach, and then I'm also running a business.
Oh, yeah. I respect you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's see. Last time I was out in Texas, I was in Houston.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of business do you run, Black?
What?
What kind of business do you run?
A black-owned business.
Oh, creating clubhouse rooms about delusions? Woo! That was a low blow roast right there. I don't even want to look. Did I get kicked? I bet I got kicked. I didn't get kicked yet. Oh my God.
What just happened?
Oh my God.
One of my fans just showed up.
Oh my God. threw a blow in the street. They say if you get in a street fight, you should just back up and throw punches. Just back up and throw punches. Back up, throw a punch.
Marshall, how are you? I'm Black. What's your name? Black Muse?
Mm-hmm. What up? Marshall comes in the rooms, but he gets like oddly quiet. I don't know what's going on with him.
He drinks vodka. He gets shit-faced. His Adderall and his vodka together put him to sleep.
Vodka. He smokes Kush now.
Oh, he's on the Kush.
And so Marshall is on that Kush. And he's smoking up. I assume.
So, Black Muse, what would you say the most entertaining tidbits of your rooms were today? What delusions from the conservatives or the liberals were most entertaining to you?
None of them. I don't find them entertaining. I find them annoying.
Well, what's holding you back from taking action, Black?
Taking action for what?
I don't know, whatever you want to do, doing it now.
Nothing. I'm doing everything I want to do.
Are you enjoying the journey or are you too attached to the outcome?
I don't understand the question.
Are you maintaining your creative vision even in the face of adversity?
Yep.
How can you take action to realize your dreams?
How? I mean, I just execute the plans that I have.
Are you afraid to leave your comfort zone?
Not really.
What inspires you and excites you?
Lots of things.
How can you celebrate with your community?
Celebrate what?
How can you resolve the conflict so you can achieve your goal?
Resolve what conflict?
Do you seek recognition from others? What have you learned from overcoming obstacles in the past? How can you take action today?
Is everything not in the scriptures, sorry?
What helps you to be more persistent and move ahead?
Yeah, if I want a business talk, I'll go on YouTube. But come on, it could be original.
Are you seeing all the possibilities in front of you, or are you too fixated on one? You know what this room needs, Black? Is more cowbell. Hello? This is all original content, Marshall.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Do somebody drop you on your head? This is just weird shit, dude.
If you think about it like this, he's a gesture.
He's not a jester. He's an annoying fuck who disrupts everybody. Who ran for office and then got indicted for like misprescribing signatures.
Sometimes there needs to be a disruption.
That's all Marshall's projection. That's Marshall's projection.
Yes. No, they indicted you. I just hadn't dealt with you yet. They indicted
Oh, they haven't dealt with me yet. Oh, I see. Marshall, judge, jury, executioner over here. Okay, Marshall.
Bro, I can read it in the local press. It's not that fucking hard. It's not some sort of secret.
How can you read anything? You got all that butter on your glasses. They haven't dealt with you yet.
Do you always do this?
Are you? Well, are you talking to me or Marshall? Because Marshall always does this. Oh, you're talking to me? No, I mean, well, yeah, I play music pretty regularly here. I read tarot cards. What are you afraid to let go of, honey?
Nothing.
Well, holding on keeps you from growing and evolving. You need to practice conservation, security, and frugality.
I just said nothing.
Exactly. You're greedy, and you practice possessiveness, and you have attachments.
I don't.
Well, what's holding you back from taking action?
Nothing.
Well, apparently you practice action, adventure, and fearlessness. But you suffer from anger, impulsivity, and recklessness. How can you step into leadership in your highest potential, honey?
Not.
You have the dynamic energy of a leader. You practice the big picture and overcoming obstacles, but you're impulsive, overbearing, and you have impossible expectations. What are you running away from?
Nothing.
What are you leaving behind?
Nothing.
Well, be aware of what you take with you when you leave.
I'm taking nothing.
Uh-oh, you're stuck, and you have emotional baggage. Do you have any
When I die, I'm going to die alone with nothing.
Oh, you have unresolved issues.
No, I don't.
Are you seeing all the possibilities in front of you, or are you too fixated on one of them?
Seeing all the possibilities.
There's always more than one way to do things.
Are you rehearsing this? Did you rehearse this?
You sound stressed and unwilling to delegate.
I'm actually stuffing my face with a sandwich that's really tasty.
How can you take action today?
By eating this sandwich.
Exactly. Take action, and life and your digestive process is moving ahead. It requires rapid action, movement, and quick decisions. Don't panic. Stop waiting and stop slowing down.
I know you didn't rehearse this for real.
What helps you to...
Are you reading off a paper?
No, these are all questions from my memory. What helps you be more persistent and move ahead?
Food.
Well, believe in yourself and have the courage to continue eating food. It takes strength, but I'm afraid that possibly you're suffering from exhaustion and fatigue, and you have unsure motives.
On who part? My part?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, that's good. There may be challenges ahead, but you can do it. What have you learned from overcoming obstacles in the past, honey?
There will always be more.
It seems to me like you have a tendency to give up and you have a lack of confidence and you're overwhelmed.
Never gave up a day in my life.
Do you seek recognition from others?
No.
Well, you have earned every success, victory,
Absolutely.
and success, and public reward is coming your way. However, I think you have a lot of pride. And what do you think?
No.
No?
Humility
Well,
is a part of who I am.
how can you resolve the conflict so you can achieve your goal?
I have no conflict.
Well, be wise and take life as it comes.
I do that.
Do you find yourself getting into arguments?
Sometimes.
Do some of these arguments have tension in them?
Yes.
Is there a competition?
Yes.
Well, you're all fire, honey. You need to avoid conflict and respect differences.
That's true. I do. They don't.
How can you celebrate with your community?
By enjoying myself.
Be ready to receive all opportunities coming your way, honey.
I am.
Soon there will be a celebration at your home. But you're suffering.
Absolutely.
You're suffering from a lack of support, and there are conflicts in the home. Time to prepare for a transition.
That's a fact.
What are the conflicts?
Don't see eye to eye.
What inspires and excites you?
Traveling.
Find your inspiration to take action, look ahead, expand, and achieve rapid growth.
That sounds exciting.
There will be delays and frustration and many obstacles. Are you enjoying? What were you going to say? Go ahead.
I said I agree. Go ahead.
Are you enjoying this clubhouse journey, or are you too attached to the outcome?
I'm enjoying it.
Focus on your dreams and enjoy the journey of exploration, excitement, and freedom.
Absolutely.
Don't procrastinate. Don't give in to conflict, and don't give in to a lack of direction.
I'll take that.
How can you take action to realize your dreams, honey?
Just try doing what I know what my dreams are.
Take action on your ideas. Creation. Willpower. Manifestation and action. But honey, I'm afraid you have a lack of energy.
That's true.
A lack of desire.
Some areas, yeah.
And boredom.
Absolutely.
Are you afraid to leave your comfort zone?
No.
Well, believe in your personal power, honey.
I have hesitations, yeah.
The Oracle is telling me that your areas of focus are discovery, decisions, and planning. Hello?
That's funny. I could have told you all that, but interesting.
All those questions come from the tarot cards.
Valid questions.
Yeah, they're good questions. They get the brain thinking.
free people without doing that, but I help people discover themselves. God-given ability. Nobody can reach you like you reach yourself. That's what people don't understand.
Oh, beautiful.
Self-discovery is something that people can do on their own. Gotta get rid of this cold. I feel terrible. Terrible. I don't say that. I don't feel terrible. I just feel stuffy. I just stuffy nose. How long are you gonna keep this open, Jason?
What?
I said, how long you stand open?
As long as people want it open.
Okay.
As long as people are willing to come in and hang out.
I might fall asleep. I just want to let you know.
I'm gonna need you to stay awake.
Oh, for real? Oh.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. No, I decided to convert to Islam, so I was just keeping in accordance with my worldview. I boomed the room. What kind of religion is Islam? I slam. I slam. I would point out that Adamiel didn't address one of your issues. I think eventually he got Grok to give him, contrarian responses to what you were saying, but I just think it's kind of ridiculous that people are so lazy they can't actually take notes or engage with what you're saying. It's very disingenuous, inauthentic, and a waste of time. But he did try to recover, so we'll give him the credit there. Hello?
Hello?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go out and continue meeting hot 19 and 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds and 22-year-olds and 23-year-olds and 24-year-olds and 25-year-olds and 26-year-olds and 27-year-olds and 28-year-olds and 29-year-olds. Rabbona Shalom. Have a good night. Try not to be redundant. Don't repeat yourself. And, just remember, take action on your ideas. CM, how can you take action to realize your dreams?
I mean, I've realized a lot of my dreams, I would say. I always wanted to, I wanted to be a scientist or a mathematician. So I kind of achieved that, right?
Well, are you enjoying the journey, or are you too attached to the outcome?
No, the journey was definitely the best part.
Are you afraid to leave your comfort zone?
I was at the journey. I had more fun in the journey than now. It's not as, I want to say it's mundane, but it's whatever. Teaching is just, it's a good way to make a living. It's very stress free, etc.
CM, are you maintaining your creative vision even in the face of adversity?
I don't know what the hell that means. What about you, John? Have you achieved your dreams, or you need 40 more phones.
Can you surrender and trust that better times are coming?
I don't know if I think that. I don't know if I believe that.
It is finished, for better or for worse. Failure, defeat, and backstabbing. It can't get worse from here, CM. Only upward to the inevitable end.
Moderator, point of order, moderator, point. Hello? Point of order, moderator, point of order. John, when did you start going bald?
When I was in college, I think my freshman year, sophomore year, I looked in the mirror and I saw my receding hairline and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God! Oh my God! What's happening to me? Am I dying? Am I dying? I think I'm dying. I think I'm dying. Ah! Where have you gone? Where is my hair going? Where have you gone? Why did you leave me? Why did my hair leave me and fall to my face?
Do you think it was God's fault? Do you think God did that to you?
God wills it! God wills it!
Hey, John, what did you study in college?
Business administration. I think the most difficult classes were chemistry, production operations, and I guess maybe calculus and
Did you have to take business calc?
I took statistics, but I don't remember a class called business calc.
My school has like calculus for like math and physics and like majors and like engineers and stuff. And then they have like this watered down version called business calc for like business majors.
Well, I don't know. Like they need to like, in hindsight, there's just so much wasted time in academia. Like,
Moderator, point of order, moderator.
hello?
I mean, I guess for you it was all a waste of time, right?
No, see, that's where you're missing, I guess, my worldview from your worldviews. I really don't. I think there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, and so my experience and my happening is all just, it's not like it hasn't been traumatic or negative. It's just an experience, and so I don't know. I'm fully satisfied and content, and if you can get to that special place and
Moderator, point of order, moderator, all the points are in order. There's not a point out of order in the universe. That was very profound of you to say, John.
exactly. I mean, CM, you work in mathematics. How does 1 equal 0? Can you explain how 1 equals 0?
Point of order. When I say point of order, I expect you to mute your microphone, John. Please. Lest I reprimand you. Moderator, point of order, moderator, order.
Oh my god, that's gonna be stuck in my head.
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order.
My voice is gonna be stuck in your head.
Can you say it sexier?
I'm not with John Kitover present.
Can we get Zabu to say it? Zabu, let's hear you say it.
My voice is nothing compared to that of the golden throat of John Kitover.
Daniel.
and I call him John Kitover.
Point of order, point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order. Oh my God, she's at work?
Did somebody kick him out?
I think he moved himself down. He does that when he was asleep, I think. Yeah, Leroy wants to continue recording while he's sleeping.
Also, there was somebody in the audience named Anus. Did you guys catch that? Come on. Literally. It's funny. I think you have a more sexier voice, Danielle, than John.
Well, the ladies disagree.
The ladies disagree?
Yeah, man. John Kitover.
Not a lady.
Mr. Kitover, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company this evening? I'm good at...
I really got to get going. I really got to leave. I got to get on the streets. Oh, man.
All right, well, so long, Bob.
He went on a date with a 19-year-old yesterday, and she basically said, like, oh, fuck, you're 43. Why am I on a date with you? Take me home.
Take me home. Take me home. Country road.
Like, can you imagine, like, you're in a like fucking ride, and then she sees him, and he's
He said it. We haven't seen the video. Has now been arrested. Now you may remember the clip. A 13-year-old surrounded by adults inside the gated Lotus community, just screaming for his phone back. And now the 3-year-old Brooks, who's seen there wearing a black shirt and sunglasses, is facing a felony robbery by sudden snatch charge as legitimate. Now investigators say the video shows Brooks taking the child phone, walking out into the street, even holding it out as it appears to be ringing. And the kid is continuously asking for his phone back. Now, under Florida law, prosecutors say the victim only has to be aware that his property has been taken for it to become a felony robbery.
It should be on. Take me home to a place I belong. Yes, take home.
with my nose job, take me home.
It's 25 cent essays by John Life. Really, this book on John Locke is crucial. It explains.
Oh my God, I almost passed out. What do you nose job? You got a nose job?
Number one country for rhinoplasty. She didn't get a nose job.
I love how you know the proper name of it, though. That's a little...
That is a Persian. I know every like plastic surgery. That's Persian culture for sure. That is definitely something that we learned as a child. That's what we learned on Sunday school. Different kinds of plastic surgery.
Hey everyone, check this out.
Take me home
to a place that I call home. Clubhouse world, clown house world. Take me to a place where Muslims don't exist.
You don't want me to exist? You know, it's awful.
Until the Muslims have a constitutional referendum and a... No, actually, I'm dating a Muslim chick now. I'm dating a Serbian. She's hot. She's very hot. I call Clown House. Clown House is a big tent with lots of R words. Many, many R words every day, every week, saying the same speak. In Clown World, Clown World.
I saw the sign. It opened my to get into the light.
Beef is in the streets. Hello. Hello.
I feel like John's
Hello.
Barbie every night. There's a plastic doll. Little Barbie doll.
Hello.
Little Barbie doll.
Like a guy that has like a real doll.
Hello.
Huh?
Doesn't he seem like the type of guy that has a real
Hello.
Yeah, like a real Barbie
Hello?
doll. Like a little...
Hello. Hello. Hello.
No.
Hello. Hello.
Oh yeah, that's like the silicone like sex toy. Yeah.
And he talks to it. He's like, "Hi, Bridget."
But I think he's more old school, where it's like inflatable. With inflatable.
I like the cheap ass fucking kid.
Yeah. That's like
floating device.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Like one of those. And a Barbie doll.
Yesterday.
All my troubles seem so far away. Now it's over. As though that yesterday. Oh yesterday came suddenly. Both their gods and their men. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the temperature is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep. The winged globe, the starry blue are mine. Wankafna konsu. These are fools
have come for children under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is
To see your joy.
14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Louis. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow of the starry blue are mine, awaketh not soon. My joy is to see your joy.
Holy fucking shit. Fourteen above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New York. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow, the starry blue are mine, awake soon. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. Ain't the couch is in the cool, not the cool in the couch. Nine worship then the clouds, and behold my light shed over you. 10. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the a manifestation of new wheat to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of man. Behold, my secret center, my heart is my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Port-a-Grant. Is in the who, not the who in the cats. 9 worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a compass and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham, Lord, by the Lord I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I invoke voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after The waves of music and the song that I made all to invoke. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy feet. By the sword and bow. Voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my being. The sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 6, Mine is the attack demand and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.D., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor and the intimate air. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that has the power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flame in his sword, child and conquering Lord, our Lord, amen God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, and I begin, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness.
Jerusalem. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and in the sign, the invocation of therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be head of the hawk. And ends 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet night in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. It's joy. Wisdom of God. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest